What is good? What is good? It is Mikey T, the movie star. I'm back with another exclusive. Today, we're going to be talking about the big homie, New York's own Casanova. Let's get some people in here. Let's light up everyone. Everyone spark up. I got some fire ass wedding cake right now that I'm blazing. Let's just get everything going tonight. We got a great video tonight. Casanova has sent some word out, and we're going to get into that. Do appreciate everybody for tuning in. Appreciate everybody for tuning in right now. It is your boy, Mikey T, the movie star. Hope everybody enjoyed the new interview that I dropped earlier with PD Crack. Dropped the exclusive interview with PD Crack where he basically explained how he reconnected with Jay-Z after the split with Dame Dash. So that was definitely a dope video. That was definitely a dope video to release earlier today. What up? What up, Pert Gambit in the building? John, what's poppin'? Appreciate you guys for tapping in tonight. Smoke is in the air earlier, you guys. We're going to get into our exclusive about Casanova in just a few minutes. We're letting everybody come into the building. For everyone who hasn't seen it yet, after this video, I want you guys to go check out my new interview with PD Crack. Yeah, that's right. PD Crack was breaking down some dope shit in this interview, basically explaining how he reconnected with Jay-Z after Dame Dash, and Dame Dash went on to form Dame Dash Music Group. Jay-Z went on to become the president of Def Jam Records. Kenny B, what's going on? I appreciate you tapping in. Tonight, we're going to be talking about Casanova. Casanova actually has revealed the reasoning behind turning himself in, you guys. When the federal indictment hit on Casanova, people were wondering if he was going to turn himself in. I believe they said that he went from Atlanta to New York. Coco Baby in the building tonight. I want everybody to go ahead and share this video. What's poppin', Gage? Appreciate you guys for tuning in tonight. We're smoking. We got some Red Bull. So you know what that means. We're going to have a good show tonight, you guys. Buffalo, New York in the building. Okay, I see you. I see you, my dude. Antoine Brown in the building. What's popping? We're going to be taking a look at Casanova tonight, you guys. We're going to be taking a look at Casanova. He actually posted on his Twitter. A couple blogs have picked it up. Basically, Casanova wants everybody to put themselves in his shoes. That's what Casanova wants everyone to do. We're on Hot New Hip Hop right now, you guys. Casanova wants to know what others would do in his shoes. Casanova has basically revealed, he's basically talking about when he turned himself in, and that's what we're going to go into today. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're going to get into today. Dana Watkins says, Mikey T never changed. They've been stealing from you for years. I don't know what you mean by that, man. You know what I'm saying? We just keep it real. We just keep it real on here. Kenny B said, Baltimore is in the building tonight. Major salute. Spencer's in the building. That means Texas is in here thoroughly. You know what I'm saying? Texas is in here supporting. Let's get into this exclusive, though, you guys, because tonight we're actually talking about Casanova, who is still incarcerated. His bond was denied. They tried to put up 2.5 million between cash, between estates. They were trying to put up a whole bunch of money for Casanova to get out of jail, but in reality, the police believe that if Casanova were to be released, that he could potentially be a victim on the streets, you guys. They're saying that a lot of people would think that Casanova, that's what the cops are saying, you guys. Even they're saying that Casanova could be a victim if he goes back out on the streets. King 757 TV in the building. 757, what's popping, man? Appreciate you tapping in tonight. Go ahead, hit that like button, share this video. We're just getting into the article. It's on Hot New Hip Hop. Casanova wants to know what others would do in his shoes. Casanova maintains his innocence, asking the public what they would do if they were placed in his situation. Just before the holidays, the FBI issued a warrant for Casanova's arrest in connection to guns and racketeering charges. The rapper is accused of being an active member of the untouchable Gorilla Stone Nation. That's the wording right there. An active member of the untouchable Gorilla Stone Nation. That's one of the factors that weighed against him as well when it came to his bail. You know, Casanova, as I said, was trying to put together a bail hearing, a bail that would have put him back out under house arrest, 2.5 million, but it was denied. It was denied, everyone. So the rapper is accused of being an active member of the untouchable Gorilla Stone Nation. The authorities claim that he was trafficking cocaine and marijuana. The authorities claim that he was trafficking cocaine and marijuana, you guys. He's maintained his innocence throughout the entire ordeal, but he still was denied bond. If they're really trying to allege that Casanova is serving up these drugs, I think that they're barking up the wrong tree. Casanova was worth a lot more money than you can make off of cocaine and marijuana. You know what I mean? Excuse me, Casanova was the brick. You know what I mean? Casanova going to a place was like him going and selling a brick. You know what I'm saying? Because of the fact of how much his time was worth. So why would he even need to do that shit, you guys? It makes absolutely no sense. Casanova went from being worth nothing in the music industry to being worth 10,000, 15, 20,000 a night. Queens Bank in the building tonight. Appreciate you for tapping in. Go ahead and hit that like button. Share this video. Carl Jones up in here. Mikey T was popping, my guy. How much time did ARAB got? I know it. I'm off topic. Salute though. That actually hasn't been released yet, Carl. There's been no information released just yet as far as ARAB's actual sentence. He was supposed to be sentenced. Sorry, we're jumping off topic here, you guys, but I know a lot of y'all in here are ARAB fans, so we'll talk about this just for a second. I had just heard from ARAB a few weeks back, after I did the OT The Real interview. You know what I'm saying? Right now, it's really just a waiting game. Ab has not been sentenced yet. He was supposed to be sentenced all the way back in March of 2020, but that was pushed back to May, which was pushed back to July, which was pushed back to October, which was pushed back to December, which is now seemingly pushed back indefinitely, you guys. ARAB's situation, it sucks. You know what I mean? But he told me, ARAB personally told me that the longer he has before they actually sentence him, it actually helps him in the long run, because it's helping his lawyers put together, a good direction for the appeal. So major salute to my brother ARAB. Major salute to Dark Low. You know what I'm saying? The Wavy Music Group is up in here. Ra Rizza up in here. Salute. What up? Appreciate you guys for tapping in tonight. We're talking about Casanova. Ra Rizza says Cass was really outside, truth be told. And he told on himself, posting it on IG. I don't think much of him posting about the Casanova 2 times weed. I don't think that is what's going to be his major issue. Then some of the other stuff about the guns, like, come on, man. Like, any rapper posts guns on their page. Hell, I bet you T.I., even if after he got caught with all those machine guns trying to purchase them, I bet you he even posted guns on his page. So that's why Casanova was probably looking at it like, who gives a shit if I post a few guns? I mean, these are rifles. You know what I mean? It's not like it's me within my waistband. It's not like it's me holding the shit up saying it's about to put in some work. You know what I mean? So all the pictures of the guns and all the pictures of the weed and shit, I don't know if that should really hold up. I honestly, and those are the minimum charges that Casanova faces. It's 5 years for the drugs minimum and 10 years minimum for the guns. So I hope he beats both of those. Maybach Mel in the building. Major salute, Mel. Salute to you, G's. Where you from, man? Sizzle93, Chicago is in the house. Major salute to you. Spencer says, free the men. Winston Miller in the building. Salute to you, Winston, man. I appreciate you tapping in on the live tonight. What are we smoking tonight? Tonight we is on that wedding cake. You dig? We got some wedding cake on deck. I definitely appreciate everybody tapping in. We are reading a story. Basically, Casanova tweeted. He tweeted about the reasoning behind turning himself in. You know, Casanova said on his Twitter post, he said, I never wanted to go back to jail. And that's one thing I remember Casanova saying, like, to me in person. I remember seeing it in other interviews. Casanova expressed how much of the fact, like, how happy he was outside of jail. You know what I mean? How much of a life he was making for himself outside of jail. You know what I'm saying? So Casanova had really turned himself around in that situation. Casanova really turned himself around. You know what I mean? So honestly, I don't believe some of the bullshit that they're saying. It's crazy that they're gonna try to allege some of these things, but let's get into it, guys. We're on Hot New Hip Hop right now. It says Casanova wants to know what others would do in his shoes. Casanova maintains his innocence, asking the public what would they do if they were placed in his situation. So just before the holidays, the FBI issued a warrant for Casanova's arrest in connection to guns and racketeering charges. The rapper is accused of being an active member of the untouchable Gorilla Stone Nation. Authorities claimed that he was trafficking cocaine, and marijuana. He's maintained his innocence throughout the entire ordeal, but still he was denied bond. His team has been communicating messages on his behalf as he remains behind bars. The rapper shared a few thoughts for his fans, especially when it comes to staying down and loyalty. This week, the rapper took to Twitter where he once again maintained his innocence, but he had a message for his fans. What would you do in his shoes? So Casanova actually posted earlier this week about visitation and some people not visiting him. We'll get into that in a second. But right now, we're actually going to tap into Casanova's message to all the fans that he posted on Twitter. And this message actually includes a reasoning for him turning himself in. Yo, 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 Gary, what's popping? The UK is up in here. The UK is up in here. Rashawn James in the building. Salute to you, my guy. Salute to my guy. And Ra Rizza said that wedding cake is fire. Most definitely, man. I was happy to get a little change of pace with the wedding cake, you know, because I was blazing that sour. And we all know what the sour does to you, man. That sour sedates you. You know what I'm saying? The sour sedates you. The wedding cake, man, this wedding cake, this shit had me feeling like, yo, like I was eating cake at a wedding. Like, no shit, you guys. No shit. No lie. So getting on to Casanova's message. So Casanova actually said, I always told myself I was never going back to jail. Since I'm innocent, I turned myself in. What would you have done if you were in my shoes? Comment below. So Casanova has a pretty simple question that he's asking everyone. And I'm going to ask you all in here, and I'm going to read off some of what you guys says. You know what I mean? And I'm going to answer the question myself. Casanova says, I always told myself I would never go back to jail. And since I'm innocent, I turned myself in. What would you have done? Now, honestly, guys, I believe that. Casanova is innocent. That's why he's turning himself in so he can get this thing taken care of. You know, and he might have to sit up in limbo. The police are saying it's for his protection at the current time, but he might have to sit up in limbo in a police cell, in a jail cell, while this whole case gets settled out. You know, but ultimately, I think Casanova is going to get found innocent, you guys. Don Philly in the building was popping. What's popping, Don Philly, salute to you. James Brown, never say never. Ali 1017, Australia in the building, says it's game over for Casanova. It's too late. Pooh Black says, what it do? Dallas in the building. Salute to Dallas. Salute to Dallas in the building tonight. Queens Bank said, I ain't never turning myself into them peoples. Yeah, Casanova had to turn himself in. I believe he must have had to miss Christmas, Christmas and New Year's. And, now he's just in a situation where he turned himself in and all he's left to do is wait as the police look to gather more evidence to, set up new charges like that bullshit charge that they set him up with from that whole incident that happened at King of Diamonds in Miami or Miami Gardens, wherever abouts it is. You know what I'm saying? That whole incident that they're trying to, since he's in jail, since they got Casanova sitting right now and they can do whatever they want with him, you know what I mean? They just want to stack the charges so they could actually get him sat up in there for a while. Why do they want to do that, guys? To end his career? To make it so that he can't have a career whatsoever anymore? It's ridiculous to me, you guys. James Brown says guilty until proven innocent, innocent until proven broke. Yeah, it's like until they make you broke. What up, Khalil? Appreciate you for tuning in tonight. Ali is in the building. Poe Black was popping, man. Appreciate you, G's. Exactly, Sir Early. He's going to be waiting. Casanova is going to be waiting to prove his innocence for the next 2 years. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that he's going to turn into a star witness or something like that. I could never see that from Casanova, but he's just going to have to wait for the due process or whatever the hell they call it. What is that? Mezzarani? Well, where is that? Where is that? Mezzarani checking in. Free cast. That's right. Free Casanova. Indiana's in the building. Indiana in the building. Don Philly says, I do hope that he gets out, but the odds are against him in a way. Dana Watkins says, once the feds grab you, that's it. That's exactly what I was saying. As soon as Casanova, and that's what one of the people in the chat, Queens, was saying, as soon as Casanova turned himself in, he was not getting out of jail, you guys. As soon as Casanova turned himself in, he was kind of screwed to the point where, okay, now they're not going to accept your bail, and we're going to get into that in just a second. Now they won't even accept your bail, and you can't even get out of jail now to see your loved ones. Now you got to see your loved ones behind a jail phone. West Midlands, England in the building tonight. Okay, I appreciate the tap in. Definitely appreciate the tap in. Going to get back to this article for everyone just tuning in. Ali, true but sad. Get a great lawyer. Casanova will undoubtedly have a great lawyer, you guys. Everyone go ahead and share this video. Let's get 100 people in here. Hit that like button. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Casanova has sent a message to all the fans. He wrote this on his Twitter. His Instagram has actually been deactivated, you guys. Casanova said, I always told myself I was never going back to jail. Since I'm innocent, I turned myself in. What would you have done if you was in my shoes? Comment below. You know what I'm saying? Like, I honestly feel like Casanova did the right thing, even though he was taken away from his family at a shitty time. To be taken away from your family during the holidays, having to turn yourself in for the foreseeable future. It's got to leave a sour taste in anybody's mouth. But I think Casanova did the right thing. He's not going to be facing any further charges of, he's not going to be facing any further charges of, somebody actually throwing a fugitive from justice charge on him. He's not going to be facing anything like that in the future, you guys. You got to realize Casanova is trying to beat this and come home. He's trying to beat this and come home to his family. You know what I mean? He doesn't have time to waste. Casanova isn't the youngest guy. That's why I'm saying, what are the feds trying to do? They're trying to run out his years right now, and it's complete bullshit. No, it's BS that what they're trying to do to Casanova tonight. That's right, y'all. Hit the like button right now if you're just tapping in. Iron Mike says the feds got Tekashi, but he got out. But let's take a look at that. Iron Mike. You know, they got him and they strung him up for what? 13, 14 months. You know what I'm saying? They took him out at a time when he could have been making mad money, you know what I mean, on the market, selling, going, doing all the touring. You know what I'm saying? It's a little bit different right now. Casanova wasn't touring because the markets weren't open. But what they did to Tekashi, they took him away from his touring market. They basically met, and that's what they're doing to, Casanova right now. They're messing up his money. They're messing up everything he could be accomplishing. Say if he were to do a record or an album with Rowdy Rebel right now. Say if him and Rowdy Rebel would have been working right when Rowdy got out of jail. They take away all these opportunities, you know what I mean, by locking you up for several different years. Maybach Mel says a month ago he was dancing in prison. Yeah, it was the June bug challenge, and he caught a lot of slack for that. You know, they actually took away his privileges on the FaceTime to actually FaceTime whoever it was that he took that video from. They said, okay, you want to do videos like that with this person? You're not going to be doing that no longer with this person. Dana says this in regard to Casanova asking would to be in the shoes. Let's be real, I would never be in your shoes. You rolling with your crew, the gorillas from the streets, and you think you innocent? So Dana is pretty much saying here, like Casanova didn't put to rest his old affiliations. He kept on rolling with people. Just because you're not engaging with what these other people are doing, I think it's called conspiracy, or you know what I mean. You're associating with somebody. When you associate with known criminals, it will come back to bite you in the ass. It's just like anybody growing up or going to high school. Let's use going to high school for an instance. If you get involved in the wrong crew, it's eventually going to bleed off. It's eventually going to rub off onto you. You know what I'm saying? Casanova, he was thriving out here for what? 5, 6 years, 7 years, 5 or 6 years, something along those lines. Talking singles, I'm talking tours, I'm talking collaborations. It was to the moon for Casanova. You know what I mean? It was to the moon for Casanova. This is really messing up his momentum right now. Ali says just like Rollo got himself into it as well. Yeah, Rollo got into a major situation, and you know, Rollo's been hemmed up since 2018. You know, missing out on all the opportunity. You know, so it just sucks to see what happens to all these rappers that we follow who try to keep on, you know, with the street image. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't need the street image once you've made it into the industry. I mean, you can maintain the image, but you don't need to go out there and concern yourselves with street antics like with 6ix9ine recording robberies. You know what I'm saying? Like sit in the car, sit in your little booster seat, and shut up. Um, um, yep. Facto. Salute my guy, Sir Early in the building. Um, Golden Era NYC. Leave your comments, guys. I do read everyone's comments and shit. You know what I mean? We ain't like the other YouTube channels. This is a different channel right here. Mikey T, the movie star. Y'all need to stay tuned in. So Golden Era NYC says, real street cats get money. They never glorified gang shit. It's for the youth from 12 to 26. And after that, your mind is getting money. Gary Smith. Yeah, sit in your little booster seat. Sit in your little booster seat and get driven around. Nah, man. I think I just I just saw a video with Kodak and Gucci Man, man. They are the best of friends. Those guys are like those guys are cool with one another, 100%. Great Scott says he wasted his blessing on some dumb shit. Here, let me invite China Mac to this video. Let me see if I can get through to China Mac on this shit. Sending this shit to China Mac. That's right. Just sent the shit to China Mac. Yeah, salute my brother China Mac. Y'all can go purchase his music directly from him. If anybody wants to support the channel, hit that Cash App Mikey T Movie. Cash App Mikey T Movie if you guys want to support the channel. Today we're basically reading a post. And we got some responses here on Twitter actually, because Casanova said, I always told myself I was never going back to jail. Since I'm innocent, I turned myself in. What would you have done if you was in my shoes? Comment below. And we've actually got some comments here. So one fan wrote, you're a street dude asking the opinion of internet weirdos that never jaywalked across the street. Go with your heart and mind. Stay blessed and you will get through this. Well, let me respond to that comment. Because Casanova very clearly in the beginning of his statement said, I am innocent. So he wants to know the opinion of people out there when the cops hit your phone and they're like, yo, we want to come see you questioned for this shit tonight. You know what I mean? If you're innocent, you get your lawyer, you go. You know what I'm saying? Or if you're guilty, you run. You know what I'm saying? He wants to get the normal take. You know what I'm saying? Amanda, I appreciate you for tapping in tonight. Damn right, Ollie. China Mac does got bars. He's in Colombia right now, though, so I don't know if he'll tap in. He's in Colombia right now, so I don't know if he'll tap in tonight, to be honest with you guys. Shit, I just spelled Colombia wrong when I sent it to him. Zeke says, I love the fact that Mikey reads his comments. Yo, Greg Scott, Cash App has never stole money from me, brother. I never had any problem with Cash App. Just don't send it to the wrong Cash App, bro. So yeah, basically I'm on Casanova's Twitter page right now. You know, West Side Gun actually posted on Casanova's Twitter page. He wrote, free Casanova, took him around Buffalo, showed out in every hood spot. He didn't want to leave. A good dude, a real one. Casanova retweeted that on February 18th. So I'm looking right now for the tweet that Casanova made. That was kind of discouraging. It looks like he might have deleted it. It looks like he may have deleted it. And it was a tweet where he was basically, saying that nobody had come in and visited him. He was basically saying, Rosewood was popping. Appreciate you for tapping in, my dude. He was basically saying that nobody was coming in to visit him. He was basically saying, don't believe all the internet hype. He really was, trying to just keep it real to all the general public who were thinking that everything was sweet for him, with everyone seeing the June bug challenge and all that type of shit. Yeah, China Mac got bars. Hit China Mac up on Instagram right now. He's doing direct purchase. You know what I'm saying? So if you purchase from China Mac an album, you actually get to talk to him directly. Who you talking about? YFN Lucci? YFN Lucci actually made a video right as he was getting arrested. Golden Era NYC says, when have you seen a stick-up kid and drug dealer saying they stick up cats and they be selling drugs? None. Exactly. You know what I mean? Casanova had spoken about some of that stuff in his past. He had spoken about how he was a stick-up kid in his past. You know what I mean? But that's something he actually went to jail for. You know what I mean? That's just something he actually went to jail for. But let's get into the next response. Somebody actually also commented, Casanova. They said, "No, you ask a no, you ask a specific question, but keep your head up and let the shit play out. You made the right choice for your family." I agree with that right there. Casanova made the right choice for his family, because if he would have ran from this, there's a big potential that he would have faced more time. There's a big potential that he would have faced more time, that he would have been looked at in a different way. Casanova is actually only involved of 3 of the 16 counts, so he doesn't have that bit much of an uphill battle. Let me see the next comment. Um, no other alternative. If you go on the run, they will eventually win, and your family will lose. Shit is stressful and demoralizing, but all you can do is stand tall and use your family's support as strength until truth prevails. Positive vibes keep the family afloat 100. I couldn't agree with that more, you guys, because right now Casanova has made some money in the industry. He's made an impact in the industry as well. Casanova at this point could, if he's got to serve the 10 years, the 15 years, you know what I mean? If they've got him on some conspiracy bullshit where they're going to sentence him heavy, you know what I mean? He can come home to his loved ones still and have a life, you guys. I'm just looking at this from both sides. Yeah, just a few days to turn himself in. But I think it was even less time than YFN Lucci. Ali says this: understand that he's innocent, but if you're representing your gang 2 times, you live by the sword and you die by the sword. And the feds are targeting his gang 2 times. And that's what Casanova is representing. Yep. The feds are targeting, Ali is saying this very clearly right here, you guys. The feds are targeting his gang 2 times. And that's what Casanova is representing. Exactly. 100%. And then earlier in his comment, he says, if you're representing your gang, you live by the sword, then you die by the sword. Casanova is expected to keep it real throughout. You know what I mean? Gangsters don't talk in situations like this. They never implicate their loved ones. You know what I'm saying? So that's just the code that any of them are going to have to go by. You know what I'm saying? That's why Max B is in jail. You know what I'm saying? That because Max B didn't just start talking and say, "Yo, that was that bitch Gina. That was that bitch Gina. Are you crazy?" Right. So let me we got a special guest host. I'm about to bring my homie Bond Simmons. New York is in the building.
Yes, sir. Big Queens.
Queens is in the building, man.
What's good, Mikey T? My guy.
What's up, man? We're talking about Casanova, man. And I'm gonna ask you, man. Well,
Free cash, man.
Casanova is asking this question. Casanova said, this is something you might have heard Casanova said in various interviews. He said, I always told myself I was never going back to jail. Since I'm innocent, I turned myself in. What would you have done if you was in my shoes? Comment below.
Oh yeah. Nah, me personally, I'm not turning myself in for no crime, man. I mean, you know what? Listen, for a situation like that, I'm not because, and I'm not necessarily, I'm not even saying that from a, well, I kind of am saying that from a person's standpoint with, thinking of it legally because I've been in legal situations, but I mean, just knowing, man, listen,
Bonds. Yo, Bonds, turn your Wi-Fi on or
yeah, you
something.
hear me? Yeah,
Yeah,
I just turned it off because what happened was I pulled off from my I was at my Wi-Fi and that's why I just disconnected. But what I was saying was like, it's like because I feel like if you already on the run for a crime, bro, you're not gonna get extra time for running. Now you can't if you it can't be a situation where the judges is now she may not particularly, be feeling you, and it could result in, if she was gonna give you one or two, now she's gonna give you the two, like, or whatever, like that. But that's rarely the case, because when you going through, litigation, and you got your lawyer and all that shit, they gonna work out. You gonna get what you gonna get for pretty much that crime. Like in Casanova, we can use Casanova for example. If he would have not turned himself in and bounced, you think whatever the fuck they gonna give him, you think it would have been extra because of that? I don't think so. Personally.
Well, Casanova is saying he's innocent. I think he wants to go in there and get the process through so he can be home to his family as soon as possible. But you're right, Bonds, because in this case, Casanova, when he turned himself in, there's no coming home. Like, he's not home now.
That's what I'm saying. He should have known that. I know he knew that. Because he already, he a jail nigga. So I know he knew that. He wasn't that far removed. Like, sometimes, I don't know if niggas was telling him, like, oh, now we gonna bail you out. Like, because that probably was the case, because you see niggas put together like $2.5 million, which, like I told you before, that's crazy. Like, I never seen nobody go. I could have automatically told you that shit was gonna get shot down. Like, if you offer the courts, like, you gotta wait for them to offer you something that they think, but they gonna offer you something that they think is gonna be. In my experience, I've known that. You know what I'm saying? If my kid offered me shit, so I watch some nigga like, yo, I'm broke. I go to court, tell him I'm broke. I ain't got no, know what I'm saying? Give me the lowest bail possible. So I'm trying to kick it like that, not like, yo, I got X, Y, and Z. Can you let me out?
Damn. All right, well, let me see if Bond's shit's going to clear up real quick. Usually does. All right, cool. Yeah, man, because now Casanova's pretty much – oh, shit. But now Casanova's pretty much hemmed up, I'd say, for at least 2 years, like, just to prove he's innocent. Damn. Bonds, try to log back out and come back in, man, because your internet was kind of messing up right there. But damn, it was dope to have Bonds take. Tell him to come back in here. I'm going to have him log back out, try to come back in. Godfrey says, I hope he gets out, but it's too much evidence the feds got on him. Yeah, buffering. I'm hoping he can get it back in because he had a dope perspective. Actually going to have my homie from Florida, Clark Martin, joining us actually in a little bit too. 252 North Carolina's in the building. Rosewood says, you play broke with the feds. You play broke with the feds. All right, Bonds, back.
Yo.
But yeah. So basically, we were basically just talking about Casanova turning himself in. Like you were saying, his bond, they put up $2.5 million, but the court denied his bond. They basically say if Casanova goes home, there's a big chance that they try to take him out.
That they try that what? Niggas in the street?
Yeah, because of they're saying that they feel like people in the street could think that he was going to snitch, like he would be a loose end. They're trying to say they're trying to say that's one of their reasoning for not letting him out. They're protecting.
Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's bullshit. So how that's gonna play if they calling him the Big Ape? Like, you know what I'm saying? That's contradicting to what they're saying about him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's facing 3 of the 16 counts. He's got a lot of people are saying that they got a lot of shit on Casanova right now. What do they got on him? That he sent somebody $1,000 through Cash App? Like, what the hell is that?
Right, and they was talking about. I heard some shit that had something to do with his shit. They was talking about. I guess some of his peoples got caught up with that loan shit and all that too.
Yep. Like, what the hell does that have to do with Casanova? Like, how somebody doing a COVID-19 scam? Like, how is he? That's why he's not involved in those charges, but he is involved in the count that involves drugs, a count that involves a gun as well, and then the count of racketeering, which is going to be the big one that carries life. Like, if he's the one who set up this whole syndicate.
Yeah. Yeah, when we take credit, you know what I'm saying? Well, especially right now in this internet age, like when you take credit for shit, you gotta understand that, you know what I'm saying? Who's looking, who's watching, man. Feds ain't even gotta they ain't even gotta get in, they ain't gotta come outside no more, man. These niggas could keep their slippers on, man.
Yeah.
Police ain't even gotta beat the streets up no more, man. They keep their slippers on and cut on the internet, man.
And then they're basically trying to implicate him through text messages because they've got people saying shit like, "Oh, this guy was disrespecting Casanova, so I took him out. I got good aim." They're saying shit like that because people are
Uh,
worried about protecting Casanova.
Yeah, and he's the name, so you know they saying that you know they're saying he made all that shit possible. They're gonna try to make it seem like, you know what I'm saying, like he enabled everybody to do anything that they was doing around him. You know what I'm saying, like, that's the shit, like, you know what I'm saying. And with the feds, man, you know, it's nasty. It's a dirty game, man. I hope they, you know, I hope the best for him, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying. But yeah, I don't know about the turning himself in part. I definitely would have did that shit though. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna fuck that.
Yeah. Let me speak on that too because you said he probably wouldn't have gotten much more time had he not turned himself in.
Probably wouldn't have got it.
A lot of the times, like there was somebody on the run here in my town, and his charges, once they finally got him, they processed
That
his
was just,
original charges and they threw out the fugitive from justice.
exactly. Yeah, they going you going to court for them charges. They ain't gonna say, yo, we put a warrant out. He ain't come in fast enough. That shit ain't going. Nah, they. You know what I'm saying, they gonna come look for your ass diligently. You know what I'm saying, but once they catch you, that shit ain't gonna be an extra charge, man. Most, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, the judge could be like, if you think, you know, certain, she could be harsher on you, like, nah, I mean, when it's time, you saying, the prosecution gonna use that again. Look how long it took us to catch him, like, you know what I'm saying? Let's give him the 20. You know what I mean? So, you know, shit like that, but, you know, hopefully your lawyer be like, oh, you know what I mean? He was scared, he had to get his affairs in order, he didn't know, yeah, he was trying to get up money, and you always make an excuse of why you didn't come right in. Like, listen, I had to get it, I was sick, I had to, you know what I mean? Whatever, like, you know what I'm saying?
Casanova was on a different type of time, though, man.
Yeah. Nah, he let them people tell him, yo, we got money, we gonna come and get you, just go ahead, we gonna bail you out. They lied to him.
Well,
Feds don't care, but everybody in the feds got money. You can't buy your way out of the feds. You gotta buy your way out of the states, not the feds.
yeah, man. What was your thoughts on that whole thing that 6ix9ine did, putting Meek Mill in the video, man? I mean, and then
Yo, with the Meek Mill situation, I agree with Whack 100, and I'll just leave it at that because I don't want to talk too much of my opinion about a nigga because I don't like a lot of niggas because, you know, I feel like they spread their fucking opinion too fucking widely. Like, you know what I'm saying? But what I will say is, Tekashi, man, when he first came home, I was like, and everybody was jumping on his neck. I'm like, I ain't gonna say I was on his side, but I'm like, yo, I didn't understand why everybody was making it the thing. I understand he read it, but in my opinion, most of these niggas is fake, and a lot of these niggas is going rat. So if we not co-signing Tekashi because he ain't a real nigga, then I ain't co-signing none of these niggas because I know for a fact that half of these niggas ain't real from experience, and then I can tell that the other half ain't. You know what I mean? So, but when he started doing the talking about the dead niggas and the King Von and the extra shit, he lost me. Like, he ain't learn, he ain't grow. He obviously ain't sitting in that jail enough time. Like, he's still the same dumb idiot that he was. Like, you know what I'm saying? And he's still stupid, bro. He's still stupid.
facts, man. All right, yeah, I couldn't explain that shit any better myself, man. Damn.
I think it's still stupid, man.
But I think it was stupid. I think he was stupid as well for a couple reasons. First, 6ix9ine was stupid for stopping even putting out music videos. That's his only market of making money right now, doing those 50, 30, 40, 50 million views on YouTube. That's his biggest market for money, not selling albums. He obviously can't do shows right now. So why would he stop doing videos for 6 months? He's a dumbass for that. Number two, he's a dumbass for putting Meek Mill in his video like Rock Nation wasn't going to say something. What did you think about that?
Oh yeah, I heard that. They made him pull a video for that shit.
They made him pull the video, but he had to re-edit it without Meek Mill. The altercation with Meek Mill, he had to take that out.
Right.
If he was smart,
Yeah.
he would have just. I think he would have just did another scene for the video, recreating what happened with him and Meek that day.
That's a fact. That would have been fucking genius.
Yeah,
that would have been dope.
You can't put Meek Mill in your video. Meek Mill is the biggest thing right now. You know what I mean? He sell 200,000 in a week. You know, Rock Nation ain't gonna take that shit from a slug like 6ix9ine.
Yeah. But Meek Mill put himself in that position too, like niggas was saying, like all the shit you saying about Tekashi, like why you making it a like he read it, leave the nigga alone. Like why are you making him the poster child for your aggression? Like why is he the like that's a part I didn't understand. Like why so many niggas I ain't get that. Like niggas that ain't gotta worry about it. Like why the fuck you worrying about it that Tekashi ain't do his bit? You think these bitch ass niggas is gonna do a bit? For a real bid in the feds, a 10-piece, a 5-piece, these niggas ain't none of these niggas gonna do that. So if we not gonna play Tekashi, you might as well not listen to none of these niggas, man. The 98.9% of these niggas, man, they all would tell if they was in Tekashi 6ix9ine position, man. They would tell on their mama.
Yo, Bonds, you were how long did you serve?
I just did the longest I did it one time was 2 years.
Right.
I had 2 years in prison. That was the longest I did it one time.
You did 2 years, Bonds. 6ix9ine got sentenced to 2 years. He did about 13 or 14 months of it. How rough do you think that if he would have really had to been in jail, how rough would that have really been for him for 13, 14 months?
Yeah, because see what it is right? Jail is rough whether you're there for 1 day, 2 days. Jail is rough. But once time sets in, Mikey, you see, it's different when you're in jail, right? Then it's different when you're in jail and you miss your, cause see, once time progresses and you in jail, things change, right? It's like, so once those things change, like feelings get hard and like, you know, when you're in jail, right? It may hurt to wake up on the same day you're in jail. But when your birthday comes, when you got a kid in his first steps and his first words, and you're not there, and then it's Christmas, and then it's New Year's, and then those things it sets in you a little differently than when you just fly through jail and you go through that. You know, you can forget that kind of, you know, more easy, like you know, like anything in life that, you know, niggas don't, you know, some people learn with the rock, some people learn with the feather, but you know, so that 13 months was, he didn't have enough time for everything to calm down and him to reflect on it and him to really be in jail. Like by the time he realized what was going on, he was coming home. By the time shit came full circle, he was able to look at, analyze everything at 13 months. That shit jumped, man. He was back and forth to court for the first couple of that nigga came right home, man.
Bonds, that's why I say it, man, because Anthony Mackie here says he was in PC. He was a confidential informant. Facts. But even if he wasn't a confidential informant and he had to go sit up for 5 years or 6 years, he could have been.
He wouldn't have came home acting like this. He wouldn't have came home acting like this.
He could have been in PC though, right?
Yeah. He's gonna be in PC regardless. Around just other niggas. I mean, gonna be in that cage. 20, you know what I mean? Most of the time, he gonna be around other niggas that's really he ain't moving with other niggas that's NPC. You know what I'm saying? Like he ain't gonna be in Gen Pop. He gonna be around them gangsters, or he might, you know, might be a gangster NPC. That's what they all say. You know what I mean? Like shit can happen to him anywhere, though. You know what I mean? So.
But like you said, Bonds, he wasn't the type of person that could do a 5-piece or a 10-piece. But in reality, if he would have did a 5 or 6 year stretch, he would have came out with the same popularity, I think. Or do you think he needed to come out 13, 14 months later to have this big boom of popularity?
Nah, he would have, cause he was already that popular. Nah, he would have. You mean if he would have not snitched?
Yeah, if he would have not snitched and he would have served 5 or 6 years. He would have came
Oh
home.
nah, he would.
What do you think?
Niggas would. I don't know if he would have came home with the same popularity, but he would have came home with respect. You know what I'm saying? And then I separated. I don't think. I think this would have made a difference because, in my opinion, he doesn't make timeless music. So that would have
Right.
been against him too. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like
Right.
he's a. It ain't like he could make music that was going. He would have came home and made a banger. Like the nigga don't make bangers.
Like
So
like Meek Mill and like Little Dirk, they're making timeless music.
right. So nigga, I mean, niggas making music. I mean, nigga would have came back. A nigga would have had a hit in him possibly because he's a good artist like that. You know what I'm saying? I can't put that past Tekashi, but I don't. I mean, I don't. I wouldn't say that.
So Bonds, Casanova going back to jail now. When he went to jail the first time, I believe he did a 7-year stretch. If anybody in the chat knows, let me know. I believe it was a 7-year stretch that Casanova did. What's going to be the difference for Casanova in jail then compared to now, being in there for 3 months?
Well, shit. I mean, I know everything that. Even though he got kind of accustomed to living a certain lifestyle with being accomplishing what he accomplished. It's like riding a bike. It's like riding a bike. You know what I'm saying? So when he get back in jail, he can get back in that mode. But mentally, it's going. What he's leaving and what's going on. Besides the it's the family element that everybody would be hurt. You know what I'm saying? Then is your career and all that shit. I'm sure that's the last part that he's worried about right now. But it's going. I don't think he's gonna have problems like what I'm saying, like beef wise, unless as long as he keep everything 100 with his according to gang politics. Don't make no statements and all that shit. If he keep everything a buck with his situation, he go through that like he's supposed to go through that like a soldier. Then what I'm saying, like it'd be all right. I don't know Cass personally, so I don't know how his mental is made up. But knowing he a jail nigga and he been through jail and he listen to how he talk, then he should be able to deal with that, bro. Like what I'm saying. But it's gonna be hard, on different levels, mentally and not so much physically, but mentally.
See, so Casanova wouldn't be locked up in Rikers, would he?
He could, yeah. Niggas going to niggas, but he ain't got a Fed case, so he ain't going to Rikers.
Right, exactly.
He in the Feds, yeah. He got he ain't, unless they bring him down on some city case. Like it could be like he could be in the Feds. The city could probably he could have some charges, some in the city, and then he could have to appear in that court, and then he could go to Rikers Island.
So
and then he'll be on Rikers Island.
I'm reading here, Bonds. It says that Casanova is being held in the Westchester County Jail in Valhalla, New York.
Yeah, my youngest and shit.
Is that how it's called, Valhalla?
Yeah, Valhalla, yeah.
Valhalla.
That's young shit.
Okay.
YO. It's over there, young.
Damn, man, that's crazy, man. And they wouldn't even accept $2.5 million with several different people signing off on the fact that Casanova was going to be good. Like there were several people signing off that they weren't going to let Casanova run away from this. I don't know, man. I don't think that they would have had to worry about Casanova running, even though, like you were saying, the lifestyle that he was living, Casanova could go anywhere. You seen videos of Casanova in Africa?
Yeah, but it's not really about running, I think. I think it's more or less them niggas want you to sweat in jail. Like when you outside and you fighting the case, you got a different type of swag than when you inside. You know what I'm saying? So they don't want him to be outside. You're gonna fight harder when you outside. It's harder to convict you when you're a free man. It's harder to lock a nigga up. It's easier to give a nigga time that's in jail. You even more susceptible to take time when you in jail. You're more susceptible to cop out. That's why I did 2 years for the shit. I could have beat that shit, but I was already sitting in jail for 6 months, and I was like, fuck it. And the numbers that they was throwing at me, but at the pre-trial was like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so yo, I'm gonna offer you this fight before we start this pre-trial. We start this shit, you ain't never getting that offer again. You know what I mean? So it's like,
Yep. Look what happened.
They want that. Yeah, if I was home, I would have never took that shit. I would have been going to court forever. I would have never took that shit.
Look what happened to Little Boosie. Look what happened to Bobby Shmurda, both charged with additional crimes while they were locked up. Look what
Yeah,
Bangum Smurf said. Bangum Smurf said if he would have had his money, he would have been able to beat his deportation case while he was in
yeah,
jail. While he was in jail, they figured out how to deport his ass. You know what I mean?
right. Yup,
They figure out all different types of shit. You know what I mean? There's no telling what Casanova could run into while he's in jail for the next 2 years when he really shouldn't be in jail for the next 2 years.
exactly. But if they bailed them out, they wouldn't have that advantage. You know what I'm saying? So they gotta keep you. You know what I'm saying? They gotta keep. They want to keep their eye. They want that nigga sweating right there, so they can squeeze him and keep on. You know what I mean? They enjoy that shit, girl. They enjoy that shit, man. They love it. They love the fact that he's in jail rather than in places that he's been sleeping since he been. You know what I mean? The beds he been sleeping on. They enjoy that shit, man. They fucking devils, man. For real, bro. They evil, man.
What do you think about YFN Lucci coming out on a $500,000 bail though in Georgia?
Yeah, state case. State. That's the difference. Most niggas broke in the state, so you flash the bag, you gonna turn some heads. In the feds, everybody got money. You flash your bag, they probably jump on your neck more. You probably should just be quiet, but play humble.
It's
That's what I would do.
it's kind of early. It's kind of early in that situation, Bonds, but it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy to think that if you were driving somewhere with your homie and then somebody shot your homie, that you would get charged with murder.
Right, right. They use the wet they use the law as weapons, man. So they'll charge him to squeeze him. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully they'll hope he'll pop. They hope he'll say something, do something wrong. You know what I mean? They want to fuck up his situation.
Well,
Like they
they got him forever now, Bonds. They've got Wyatt
yeah,
Lucci. He's going to be on paperwork for the next decade, I imagine.
yeah, yeah.
And
So
what does that mean when you're on paperwork, though? You got to go and you got to pay the probation officer and shit like that, don't you? Doesn't it cost or something?
yeah, it costs a little fee. That shit ain't gonna be nothing for him, but mainly it's further to the trap, it's further to the squeeze because now you halfway guilty for the next thing you get picked up for now automatically. That's how that works. So that it got you on that. So that's how the lady did with Meek Mill. How the judge had Meek Mill on the probation from the bullshit. He popped the willie and she was able to get that nigga all that time just because she ain't like him. So shit like that. They got you in a position where now they got you essentially just sitting in a case where they could just come rattle that shit whenever they want to. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yep, 100%. And they sent Meek Mill back to jail for what, 9 months just for riding an illegal street bike.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Happens every day, bro. My PO violated me for missing a meeting.
And how long did you get sent back to jail for the violation?
She just sent me back to jail for 45 days.
She just sent you back to jail for 45 days.
Yeah.
Month and a half.
45 days. Month and a half, yeah. I just came home from prison. Like I was home for a couple months. I didn't give no dirty errands. I was going, and I was in school because I came home. I got the parole. I was going to be a license. I was learning how to do plumbing for as a because I had to do for parole. And I was learning how to be. I was going to be a certified plumber. It was a 6-month training. I was home for 3 months. I was 3 months in the training. I was like 4 months in the training. I had like 2 months left. The bitch violated me. I could never finish the training. I could never do none of it. The bitch, and that was my shit. Like I'm about to go to the training. I'm doing the training. I'm about to finish this shit. Like I'm giving you clean urines and all that shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like she still just violated me, locked me up. I never got to finish the plumbing shit. I never got the plumbing.
So
You know what I'm saying?
Harold James says Casanova will not be remembered in the next 100 years, but his legacy will still be standing. But his
who will be remembered the next 100 years?
But like
Puffy might not be remembered the next 100 years.
In regard to that, though, I say that's why it's different for Casanova. Because right now was his opportunity to be getting all the bags and changing the life of himself and the future of his children and his children's children. This was Casanova's window of 10 to 15 years in the industry. maybe even to become an actor in the future or something. But right now, they're trying to take all that shit away from him.
Casanova was the rapper, the dude. Yeah, who's Casanova? He was the rapper, the dude that is he
Don't
said on
lie.
that shit. You heard that shit? That punch you in your face, motherfucker. Knock your teeth out. Knock your teeth out. You remember that shit? That nigga, the feds locked him up. You know, he's pricey. That shit on Instagram and all that shit.
Then he
Yeah,
got
my
hit
bad.
up for, and then he got hit up for doing the June bug challenge, man.
Yeah, that was that. Now that I would, free cash. I laughed at that shit. Like, what the fuck?
He was
I
just
seen the shit too first. Like, I'm like, son. I'm like, all right, son, is all right. He feeling good spirits. I'm like, oh, all right. You know what I mean?
That's what
Then
I'm
I
saying.
seen this shit. 2 days later, he gets jammed up for the shit. I'm like, oh, God.
Why would they jam him up for that shit, man? It was just a simple video. I mean,
He's squeezing.
Shotty from
Squeeze.
Treyway released an interview.
Yeah. Now they trying to squeeze Casanova. He just got in there, so they just put him in there. They just put him in there and they watch him. Like, what you do when you first get a dog? You put him in the cage and you watch him for a second. You don't just put him in the cage and walk right away. They already walked away from Shotty until somebody say something or they hear something. They just put him in the cage. They still looking at him.
Right.
So you gotta just sit. You gotta be quiet about your first initial moves when you first go to jail, nigga. They looking at who you calling it, the first niggas you calling, the first niggas you talking to, the first post you making. They looking at your Instagram. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit is this clout shit, man. This Instagram. This need to show people shit. This need to show people shit. We gotta be alright with knowing shit, man. We gotta be alright with knowing some shit, man. With letting some shit sit with us, man. With having some understanding. We ain't gotta show everything, bro. Like, shit crazy. Shit is nuts, man.
Well, I think it was more of a thing of Casanova showing that his personality was still there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 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 yeah. But in a fight, sometimes you know what I'm saying. You can't. You know what I'm saying. You gotta fight. You gotta fight a certain way. This chess not checkers, so you gotta move strategically, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying. So you can't. You in the middle of a fight right now, so you can't be Junebug challenging, my nigga. Go ahead, Junebugging.
They
Go ahead,
go
Junebugging.
on, they go on the challenge that's generating millions of views. You know what I mean? Tens of millions of people are seeing this. Like you just said,
Junebugging. That's not necessary, bro. That's not. Make a statement or something. Say something. It's not necessary to Junebug, bro. Like,
is
the fuck are we doing?
all right. So is June bugging? Somebody in the chat is saying that he was twerking, but he was June bugging.
Nah, he wasn't twerking. That's disrespectful to say the nigga was twerking.
Yeah, don't be
You know
saying.
what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say the nigga was twerking. Now, come on, that's some bitch shit. Now, he twerking. Now we calling a nigga bitch. I'm not saying that.
Twerking. Casanova dance.
I'm not saying that. Yeah, man.
A lot of these rappers are scared to dance, Bonds, and that's why Casanova stepped up. He was like, you know what, man? I'm not going to be like every other New York rapper. I'm not going to be scared to dance. He started dancing.
That's a fact.
But I'll agree with you 100%. It was too soon. He just got settled in jail, and now he's popping on the internet. If he would have waited,
June bugging, come on. Yeah, if you on that internet, you should be saying, yo, send out them free me hashtags. I'm innocent. You know what I mean? You know I ain't with the shit. You should be trying to sway some public opinion at the very least. If you making any statement, like, fuck a June bug, my nigga, like, fuck June bug right now, my nigga.
Yo, I want everybody to go ahead and follow Bond Simmons right now on Instagram. I got it pinned up.
Yes.
Bonds is rocking with us tonight. Everybody in here that goes and follows Bonds right now, I'm sure he'll give you all the follow back. So right now is the best. It's the best time to follow Bonds right now when you can actually get the follow right back.
Real talk, real spell.
When you got some new music coming for the people, Bonds?
Oh, I got a new single and a new video. I just shot the video the other day, and I'm about to drop this fucking song in the video like next week. Shit, think like an animal. Shit, fire. And we about to do something. I'm about to do some shit we're gonna talk about it after the fact. I don't want to talk about it too much, but everybody gonna see it. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to do something major. Everybody gonna see it, but I ain't gonna talk about it before it happens.
Bobby Schmurda's home.
Schmurder's home. That's a fact. He about to be down here while I'm at. They coming down here to do some shit. Shout out to DJ Styles. About to see them niggas coming down here to do some shit with 50 and shit. Coming down here to the A for the All Star Weekend and shit.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yep, they got a show. 50's hosting the joint with Bobby Schmurda.
Yeah,
Bobby's got some shit going on with Meek as well.
yeah, exactly. I'm gonna be in the building for sure.
Quavo picked him up in a jet.
Yeah, I seen that.
What do you think would be the best move for Bobby Schmurda, man? Would it be quality control? Do you think Quavo might have his hands in it?
I would say yeah, quality control would definitely be. But I mean, I don't know how the deals is looking like legally, but I would shit. I would say niggas remain independent. I'm saying and get your business in order. But I don't know if quality control gonna get that. I know they got the exposure. I don't know if they ain't gonna rape them. I guess then maybe that'd be the best deal. I don't know what kind of deal they gonna give them. You know what I mean?
They got Little Baby. They got the Migos. Honestly, I think they might be getting back to work on the Shmigo Gang album. It could be what relaunches the Migos. I think to team up with GS9 and do that Shmigo Money album. Offset.
That could work for both of them.
Right, Offset, Takeoff, and Quavo, and then you got Bobby Schmurda, Rowdy Rebel, and then they could potentially get Fetty Luciano on there as well.
All right, yes, exactly. Shout out to my nigga P Gutter too, man. Free Gutter. Free Gutter, man. Real nigga. Yeah. Why you ain't coming in? Oh.
Belize.
Yeah, type of shit.
Appreciate you for tapping in, man. Personally, I think in regards. Personally, in regard to Casanova's case, I think he'll be coming home soon, man. I think Casanova will be exonerated. I think Casanova will be exonerated of all the charges against him in the long run. But sometimes it just takes a little minute. Like, look what's happened in Max B's case. It went from 34 years to 20 years.
Bonds.
But yeah, man, I appreciate Bonds for tapping in tonight. We'll let him check back in a minute if he wants to.
I'm at the studio. At the studio. Had to check in real fast. Who that?
Okay. Bonds is in the studio right now.
What's good, my guy? Yeah, I'm at WSA Studios, man. Mixing down that crack.
Bonds is in GA.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Bonds.
All right, my nigga. Salute, yo, Mikey T. Love, man, yo. Everybody on that shit. Love to y'all, man. Blessings, man. Fuck with your boy.
All right, Joe. Everyone go follow Bonds right now. We appreciate your insight.
Sure.
Salute. Everyone go follow Bonds right now. He's off this, so he will follow you back. It's pinned to the chat right now. Everyone go ahead and follow him. Man, I appreciate excuse me. Maybach Mel says, I'm from the era where gangsters moved in silence, 80s to 90s. Free P Gutta, GS9. Golden Era NYC said, just subscribed. Appreciate that, man. Definitely appreciate that. Let's get back into the article. For everyone that's just tuning in, we were reading an article on Hot New Hip Hop. Casanova wants to know what others would do in his shoes. That's basically what we've been taking a look at tonight. Casanova made a tweet where he was basically, still maintaining his innocence. Casanova maintains his innocence, asking the public what they would do if they were placed in his situation. Just before the holidays, the FBI issued a warrant for Casanova's arrest in connection to guns and racketeering charges. The rapper is accused of being an active member of the untouchable guerrilla Stone Nation. Authorities claim that he was trafficking cocaine and marijuana. He's maintained his innocence throughout this entire ordeal, but he still was denied bond. So he's claiming he's innocent. He's been denied bond, and the cops are, insinuating that he's selling drugs, which is retarded. It's pretty retarded. Rashawn said, not the June bug challenge. How are you going to insinuate somebody that's actually worth millions of dollars is still selling drugs? You know what I'm saying? Who do you think he is, George Young? You know what I'm saying? This is actually what Casanova had to say. He said, I always told myself I was never going back to jail. Since I'm innocent, I turned myself in. What would you have done if you were in my shoes? Of course, Bond Simmons said that he wouldn't have turned himself in. Bond Simmons actually went far enough to say that he would actually have stayed on the run because he brought up the fact that once you're caught, those charges aren't going to really affect everything that you've got going on. You know what I mean? He did say that the judge might look at you in a way and be like, damn, this dude tried to run up out on me. This dude tried to, you know what I mean, flee from the court. Me personally, I've actually seen it happen where somebody who was actually a fugitive from justice actually, you know what I mean? He actually stayed on the run for over a year, went in, and they threw the charge out. You can't go on the run with a RICO charge. I don't know about that. I don't think that has anything to do with him snitching, man. He's just saying that he is innocent, and that's why he turned himself in. Because of the fact that he's innocent, he wants to go in there, fight this case rather than lie about it. You know what I mean? Go in there, knock this case out, and get back to his life. And what did Casanova's life consisted of? It consisted of elaborate trips with his girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? It consisted of him making music, him trying to further his rap career. I had a lot of respect for Casanova. He gave me an interview really early in his career, right after Don't Run was released. Casanova never really stopped. He never really stopped from the touring. And that's what I was saying. Right now, with them jacking him up and taking him out of the loop, they're really screwing up his opportunity in life to make a lot of money for his family in the future. Golden Era says Casanova is when trying to be a gangster goes wrong. He was blessed twice with a good home, and he was a kid, and now when he got rich and kept representing that life, that's what a lot of people do. You know what I mean? A lot of people get rich and they keep representing that life. Rashawn says Cass needs to be quiet, honest. Yeah, like Bonds was saying, one of the first things he did right when they set him down in the federal penitentiary, he made the June bug challenge. Okay, this isn't just something that's seen by 50 or 60. There's probably millions of views on that shit. Somebody in the chat, get me a number of how many views are on Casanova's June bug challenge, unless it's been formally deleted from the internet. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I don't see Casanova snitching in this case, you guys. I don't see him snitching in this case. You know what I mean? I see his involvement most likely being very minimal in this case. They're probably, reaching at strings with this bullshit. Charles King, what's up? Appreciate you for tapping in. Hit that like button, my G. Bert Castro in the building. Say they know they effing up his life. They doing the shit on purpose. Right. They're messing up his life when he has an opportunity. Who's to know what's going to happen if they keep him hemmed up for 2 years, 3, 4 years? Who's to know what's going to happen if they keep him hemmed up for that long? You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people were saying that Casanova hadn't really had a hit record in a few years. Okay, I'll give you that, which is why he was still able to get features. He was still able to do shows, make appearances. You know what I mean? Even if it was at a lesser rate or not even a lesser rate, just not a continuously rising rate, because you'll see artists go from charging 7,000 to 15,000 to 30,000 really quick. You know what I'm saying? Who the hell's to say 7,000 isn't bad money? Most people don't even make 7,000 in a month. Most people, it has to be two. You know, the mom and the dad to make, you know, the husband and the wife to make 7,000 between the two of us. Salute, salute, salute. 200 million views so far, Raphael says. Appreciate you, Raphael, on the statistics, my man. Keep that up. You might get a moderator position over here. That's some real shit right there. How he tweet from jail? I mean, how did he release a Junebug challenge from jail? Everyone that's locked up, my man, is actually still pretty active on social media. I mean, look at Rollo, look at Fat Trell. These guys have been locked up for a number of years, and they're still consistently on their social media. Hell, look at Rondo number 9. You know what I mean? A lot of these guys, when they're locked up, they're active on social media. Golden Era says that Junebug challenge did kind of help him because he was playing it like he's innocent. Yeah. No, I see what you're saying there. Just like the fact that he turned himself in because he's innocent. You know what I mean? Anthony Mackie said there's phones in jail. I've had one. Mark Ramos says, even when I was on 23-1 lockdown, I got 30 minutes to use the internet. Mark Ramo, real one right there, man. Salute, kid. Appreciate you for that. You know what I mean? When you get real facts like that in here, it helps you put shit in perspective. You know what I mean? Bert Castro says, I see is a new fad going after rappers. Mikey T, how many rappers can you name that the feds are effing with? Well, we just saw the report of the feds saying that they're looking at NBA YoungBoy. The feds had just got done with Kodak Black before he got his pardon. Lil Wayne before he got his pardon as well. You know what I mean? There's the whole thing with Bobby Shmurda. I'm not actually sure if that was federal, but a lot of that whole GS9 camp. A lot of different rappers getting messed up with shit. 4 or 5, Rosewood says. But there are some rappers out there that do make an honest living. I mean, look at guys like Future. Look at guys like Young Thug. You know what I mean? Look at Rick Ross. These artists are actually out there thriving and making a lot of money off of the game in a real way. Meek Mill, Wale, you know what I'm saying? These artists out there are really making a good living off of the music industry. That's why when you get into the game, you're supposed to be able to turn away from that bullshit. You know what I mean? Look at artists. Look at the amount of money that an artist like Kodak Black is making. He shouldn't have to turn back to that life. Harold says jail is not normal. It's demonic. Yeah, Little Dirk said it a few weeks ago. Jail isn't the goal. Meek Mill said it. Benny the Butcher said it. Don't be tricked out of your freedom. You know what I'm saying? Mark Ramos says that NBA YoungBoy is beyond reckless. I haven't read too much into NBA YoungBoy. You know what I mean? Even though I've seen his career since he was very young, when he first got into the game, and he actually had that murder charge that a lot of people were like, shit, what's going on with this? How long is he actually going to be around? He beat that charge. You know what I mean? And when you get a charge like that and you beat it, you're right. The feds are always going to be looking at you for some reason. It's freaking crazy. It's like, even if you go innocent from a case, you can't have your freedom. You know what I mean? Look what happened to Arab. You know what I mean? When after that shit happened with Cassidy, where he was defending himself. You know what I'm saying? And now they're coming after him after this shit. And somebody in the chat earlier said that it was all because Casanova in 2x. It was what Casanova's the face of that. Arab is the face of OBH. Just saying. Bert Castro, Arab. Great Scott says, I just make my beats and smoke my weed. Golden Era says, out of 100, there's only 3% who street and rap about it in a rap level. Well, yeah, basically, Golden Era, from what we just listed, 4 or 5, 3, 4, 4 or 5%. You know what I mean? So that means 4 or 5 out of 100. Yeah. Probably less than that. I'm not exactly going to co-sign that, man. Dark Knight 216 says, free AR Ab. Salute the brother AR Ab. Ooh. I don't know about that, E. I don't know about that, E. AR Ab. Free AR Ab. Free my brother AR Ab. Let me see if I got my last message from AR Ab right here. Okay. This is the last message from AR Ab. He said, all is well, bro. He said, yeah, OT the Real is a good dude. I tried to help every rapper in Philly that came to me. I pride myself in this. This is a message from AR Ab, you guys. Everybody reading that? This is what Ab had to say about Casanova, actually. Y'all seeing that? Y'all seeing what AR Ab actually had to say about Casanova? Nah, bro, I'm not on that grape ape, man. I'm not on that grape ape tonight. I'm on the wedding cake. I'm not on the grape ape. I don't really smoke grape, to be honest with you, man. Here, I'm gonna read out the message that ARAB actually sent me about Casanova to everybody. Rara says, where are you from? Golden Era NYC says, Mike T, let me tell you this, Don. You've been doing this shit for a long time, son. LOL. I didn't know it was you. LOL. You know the street. Hold you down. Thank you, Golden Era NYC. I appreciate you, man. Dark Knight said, that's what's up. I know what's up. Ab's gonna stay solid. Free AR Ab. Nah, not run. Nah, it's not the wedding cake runs. Nah, I had that a few months ago, actually, the wedding cake runs. Wedding cake. Excellent. Yeah, I appreciate everybody tapping in. Let me see. The homie Rosewood wanted to join the chat. All right, Rosewood, I'm about to post this shit up right now, brother. Hit that link, Rosewood. Be interesting to hear what you got to say about Casanova tonight. Got pink runts. All right, man. All right. If anybody wants to donate, to the channel, hit that Cash App right now. If you want to support the channel, you guys. If anybody wants to show love to the channel, that's the best way to do it. Biggs Row, what's popping with you, man? What's popping with you, Biggs Row? Appreciate you for tapping in. All right, let me bring in the homie. Philly. Philly is in the building. Yo, what's good, man? Yo, Wood.
Yo.
What's
My
up,
bad,
Wood?
Mikey T.
You're there, bro.
I had the screen up. My bad. Hold on.
No, you're good, man.
I'm trying to close out the
Anybody want to support the channel? Best way to support the channel is Cash App. I'm going to let Rosewood get his shit situated. We'll bring him right on. Great Scott said, Mr. Chisel, Sour Diesel is my favorite. What's up with the purple platinum? That's fire. I never really heard of purple platinum. Never really heard of purple platinum. Great Scott, if you want to donate to the channel, PayPal upnorthwave@gmail.com. Definitely appreciate any donation. I just haven't set up a Venmo, my guy. All right, let me see if my guy is ready tonight. The Scotty and purple platinum. Like we were discussing last night, I really am not into the purple. I'm really not too into the purple weeds. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Maybach Mel, what's going on, man? I'm gonna need to see a video. Like, I'm gonna need to see a video if you want to join the chat. Vanguardian TV says weeds are us. What are you smoking on tonight, Vanguardian? Maybach Mel, your ass is in the dark, bro. Platinum wedding cake. Damn, man. I didn't know they made the shit like that. I mean, I guess I had to figure. Okay, it looks like Rosewood is getting ready for the show tonight, you guys. Philly is in the building, you heard? Nah, I said I never heard of purple platinum. Let me ask the homie Rosewood. Let me bring Rosewood in.
Mm-hmm.
Yo,
I never heard of that either.
Oh, you never heard of it? Okay, so I'm not like out of the loop.
No, because I'm a platinum guy.
Okay, yeah, I definitely heard of Platinum OG.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
Platinum.
not what did he say? He said platinum purple or purple platinum?
Yeah, Purple Platinum. He said, come on, man. He said Biscotti and Purple Platinum is one. Biscotti is kind of purplish.
Yeah, it's got that blue hood. We was talking about that on the last interview.
Yeah,
The purples and the blues don't really hit like that.
right. I was just saying that, but we don't want to diss anybody that's smoking on the purples and the blues
Oh,
tonight.
if it's gas, it's gas. You know, if it's taste buds like that, it's cool.
If you chain smoke it, I'm sure you're good. So it's more so Casanova going on his Twitter and asking a question that I had Bonds in here talking. You know, you probably heard Bond Simmons talking.
Yeah.
Bonds from the Smack DVD era. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Salute the
Bonds,
Bonds.
Bonds said that he would have never turned himself in. So let me, for everyone just tapping in, Casanova tweeted, he said, I always told myself I was never going back to jail. And that's something as a Casanova fan, I think you've probably heard. He said that in multiple interviews. He said, I'm not going back to jail. This life is too good. He said, I
Yep.
always told myself I was never going back to jail. Since I'm innocent, I turned myself in. What would you have done if you was in my shoes? Comment below. Rosewood, if you were in Casanova's shoes where you knew you were innocent, what are you doing in that situation?
First and foremost is I am going to go on a run for that week because I'm going to spend time with my family and I'm getting my lawyer together.
It was
My
Christmas.
family and my lawyer.
It was Christmas too. It was Christmas week,
Mhm.
by the way.
Yeah. So I'm not turning myself in on Christmas, and I'm going to take a week for my family. I'm going to get my lawyer, and me and my lawyer, we going over what plan we going to go with the feds. The feds have a 97% conviction rate. That means they always win. So if you're going in there, you're looking basically saying, all right, I'm going to have to take a plea. So like somebody saying in the comments, he's not going to stitch none of that. Like once they hit you with that Rico, they're basically hitting them with the racketeering, saying he's using his influence in the industry to help the gang out, whether it's financially, whether it's his. That's why that conspiracy charge is so great. Once you get hit with that conspiracy, it doesn't matter if you weren't doing it or not. You're involved. And when he was saying he wasn't going back, he was supposed to separate the street from the fame. You can't be around those same people. You can bring some along, but you can't bring everybody with you.
Yeah, man, when he actually turned himself in for those charges, I was saying to Bonds, because I was thinking about this earlier, when he turned himself in, he should have knew there was no coming home in 1 week, 2 weeks. Do you think he thought he was going to be coming home in a week or two, or do you think he knew he was in for the stretch?
No, he know he ain't for the stretch. He from the streets. Well, not even from the streets. He a convict. He just did 8 years or whatever, got out. He know what's up. And he did a state charge. Now you're in the feds, it's big boy time. When the letters come and get you, you already know what's up. So that's why even with the June bug challenge and all that, him having a cell phone, like in the feds, when you like, all right, like Bond said, when you get dug in or whatever, you get hardened and you're kind of used to your bid, you know, you doing your bit. Basically, that's what they call it, doing your bit. You dug in. You know what your everyday routine is going to be. All right, now that's when you have your cell phone and all that, because you know you're not on your top. You know what time you got. You know all that. But when you're fighting, especially a RICO charge, you're not being seen on no camera. You're not having no cell phone. You're not violating in jail. And that's why I put in the comments that you never tell the feds you have no money. There's no, oh, yo, I got $2 million to give y'all to let me free. The feds have an unlimited budget. It's called your taxes. If you pay taxes, that's the Fed's budget. So they don't need your money. So when you say, oh, you got, so then when they say, oh, he got $2 million, well, let's investigate more. Who's putting that 2 million up? Why are they putting it up? They had nothing to do, like Bond said. They can sit in their slippers now. They had basically rooms set up. The Feds, CIA, whoever you want, any industry with letters. They have a room set up where they put guys in a room just like us, sit at the computer with their coffee, make up fake pages, go on Instagram, Facebook, everywhere. And let's watch. Let's watch.
Yeah, that whole situation, I do agree with Bonds in saying that Casanova made that Junebug challenge video way too soon. Like you're saying, he
Mm-hmm.
wasn't dug in. He wasn't
Mm-hmm.
he hadn't been sentenced at that point, to the point where he was in the middle of his bid, so
Right.
I didn't really think about it at first. A lot of people looked at that video like, oh, this is Casanova trying to show the world that he is unfazed. Some people in the chat even said the video made Casanova look innocent. With all the scrutiny the video has faced, did that video in any way make Casanova look innocent?
No, no. That makes it look like you don't. It's like you spitting in the Fed's face. Like we hit you with the highest charge in the world. Even Al Capone couldn't. All right, now I'll take it back. When he went on the run, the Fed said they went on their own Twitter page, said no one's untouchable. That means we're going when we come for you, we got you. So
Crazy.
you want to be playing around in here with the highest charge? It's like a spit in their face. Like I don't care about this Rico. I'm in here. I'm gonna do it. Oh, for real? Violation. Violation.
Man, I don't know if people normally, I don't think people normally beat these racketeering charges, man, but
97% conviction rate without the Rico.
I
People get it misconstrued with the state and the feds. People, they might have been in the state or they might have relatives that did state bids or whatever. But when it comes to the feds, that's a whole nother beast. And they do not play fair. So when people say, "Oh, they did this," or they're saying, if he came, they revoked the bail because he might get hurt outside. They know that's not the case. They're more looking at it like, okay, your wealthy friends are going to get you out of here. You're a flight risk. But we can say whatever we want. The feds do not play fair. They don't have to play fair. They're looking for the $36,000 a year when they lock you up.
Yeah, and that's one of the biggest gripes I have about the whole situation is that these are the prime years of Casanova's life, right?
Yeah, yeah,
A lot of
yeah.
people talk about timeless music. Yeah, you might want to pull the camera up a little bit, brother. But a lot of people talking about timeless music and shit. I think Meek Mill, Little Durk, these guys make better music than Casanova, but there's no denying that it's Casanova's time right now. It's been his time for the last few years to make what money he can off of this job that he has. And they're taking that ability away from him. Same way they did with Bobby Shmurda. I mean, look, we see Bobby Shmurda come home to big piles of money. Do you realize how many piles of money they really took away from him? They took away the ability to pay for his kids' college education. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the big
They took away his generational wealth. That's what the feds do. The feds going if you're especially a rapper, the feds are going to take away your generational wealth. Your grandkids, you can't pay for your great grandkids' college, like stuff like that. Like, and when we let you out, if you do get out, you're on parole. You're on federal parole, not state parole. Federal parole. State parole is horrible.
8 years later, when nobody wants to pay you $60,000 to $70,000. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Boosie, like imagine Boosie not getting out and not being able to make all the money. The man was charging $30,000 to $70,000 to perform on tours, but he was sitting
Mm-hmm.
in a jail cell.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Ridiculous, man. Meek Mill, what he was making $90,000 a show with Nicki Minaj, and then they have him in a jail cell over popping some wheelies. Do you realize? Like, and then how much is that hurting the economy?
The thing is that system is favor for a favor. Like they do favors for each other. So somebody might come to this judge, look, go out here. We know we really can't bring him in. Violate him on that dirt bike charge. Bring him in. Like Bond said, once you win there,
he's not doing anything.
Right.
We're not we're not going to violate him on a piss test. We already did that. I think they already tried to violate him on a piss test.
Right.
We do something different. The piss test didn't work last time.
Right. That was the third attempt. The dirt bike situation, if people can look back in the media and see in Philly, we was definitely in tune. The dirt bike situation was the third incident. Like the first incident was the urine. The second one was saying he didn't have an active phone number for them to call him or whatever. And matter of fact, that was the fourth. And then the third time was saying that he left the state. Well, that was the third time. They say he left the state and didn't have an active phone number.
Right.
And tell him like he's touring. But I'm like, y'all know he's a rapper and all that. Like, I'm like, oh, they fucking with him.
Rosewood, he's more than a rapper. You know what I mean? He's more than a rapper.
No. You know what I mean. He's celebrity status.
Like,
so I'm like, oh no, they're acting.
Guys like Kodak Black, Meek Mill, these guys are making $60,000 a night. They're paying off college educations in 2 shows. How are you going to stop these men from making that money? That's like damn near criminal. It should be, but
it is. It is. It is. It is. Come on, we know the federal government is the biggest gang in the world. They're really gangsters. They tell you when you go to work and they still take your money.
They need to see the error because right now they're taking away the biggest cash cow in Casanova's family's life. Casanova's mom, Casanova's wife, his wife's family, they've all got to be feeling it right now based on these people wanting to take him out of their life.
Now look at it like this, right? always considered that the feds look at like rappers as people that like got money out of nowhere, then work for it and pull up by their bootstraps. And then we go out here, we glorify all the street stuff and all that. And they sit back and look at it like that's not the American way. I don't want my kids and stuff listening to this type of music
They
and paying
laugh
these
at it too.
records.
They laugh
Yeah,
at it.
and they also yeah,
They're
because
like,
they
look
know
at,
they like you're not
they're
talking.
like,
Yeah,
Rosewood, I could see it now. They're probably like, look at 6ix9ine. Ha ha ha. He's dominating the rap world and he's a snitch. They're probably laughing their ass off about it. Look what they did to 50 Cent. They said, dude, these guys shot you up. These guys want you dead. You got to work with us. You know what I mean? Look what they do, man. They laugh at hip
did
hop.
that with, they did that with Prodigy, R.I.P. Prodigy. I think in his book, they
Yep.
wanted him to.
Snitch.
The feds came to him and asked about 50 Cent.
Yep.
Wanted him to cooperate and infiltrate G Unit. For what? Like, but that's what they do. They got nothing but time to play unfair with you. They had nothing but time.
I relate that to 50 not doing anything wrong, to what you said a little bit earlier about another artist trying to get implicated, but he just isn't doing anything wrong. Like Meek, they had to go with the damn Willie because he's just not doing anything wrong, man. He's not out there, you know what I mean, putting people in position to commit crimes, like 6ix9ine on TMZ calling up people to go and assault Chief Keef. He's not doing shit like that on the internet.
Right. That's the whole thing. And the thing with Meek Mill's case, the Philadelphia police were extremely angry at him. They were extremely angry at him. That's why they whooped his ass. That's why he put on, I don't know, the album or the mixtape. He showed the picture when he got locked up, where his eyes all swollen like that.
Right.
Them cops fucked him up down North Philly. Like that's when he was down North Philly. They fucked his ass up. And basically he was going to beat the case because he had so much backing. So ever since then, they were always on the hunt for him. That's why they gave him all that probation. So they're like, no man, they're like, he's going to screw up somewhere, and then we got him again.
No, they
So
got
that's why I had to take.
they got him multiple times. You know what I mean? They really hindered his career in a lot of ways. But right now he's because for a number of years he wasn't worth what he should have been worth. A lot of years.
True.
But now he's really worth what he's supposed to be worth. But like I'm saying, man, I believe that Lil Durk has the ability to pass Meek Mill because to me, Lil Durk has more range. And
yes,
he has more range than Meek Mill.
Yes. It's just more range and just the team behind them. They know what sound they want. They know what they want to go for. They really got their ducks in order. They crossed their T's and dotted all their I's.
You're from Philly, my brother. Some people in the chat are saying that Meek hasn't really had a big record in 3 years. Could you respond to
that? Pretty much, yeah. He hasn't.
That's facts.
Yeah, that's facts. I mean, you can put as far as any of his other top selling songs, if you want to look at it like that, he really has had it. And I was just looking at, I didn't look at the video, but I saw DJ Academic saying Meek Mills can't make a banging song without a feature. That had me thinking. I was like, dang, I think he can, but I haven't heard nothing, a solid Meek Mill song that's out that everybody knows.
Rick Ross on I'm a Boss doesn't matter. Young Chris on House Party doesn't matter. Let me think. The Dreams and Nightmares intro was just him. Yo, what's been Young Chris's biggest problem, man? Is it his beat selection? I watched the new joint on his Instagram. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. But
the intro.
Is it his
fire?
His beats? It's not the right beat for his voice. I don't think that doesn't really, with Meek Mill's voice, his beats exemplify his voice. I'm just wondering what has been the connection, the lapse in connection with Young Chris, man.
Now I'm the I go back. This doesn't me being me. I always say is Jay-Z. Jay-Z is like he keeps the foot on the net. He keeps the foot on the net. Like you know where your bread buttered at. Don't mess that up. You know.
Yep, but
You
the
always gonna
thing
have a
was,
bag.
there was a lot of chefs in the kitchen, man. I mean, you had Beans with singles albums. You had Freeway with singles albums. You had. I know I don't like to associate Memphis Bleak too much with state property, but you had a shitload of state properties. I mean,
No,
you had a shitload of
but
Memphis Bleak.
yeah, but Memphis Bleak, like when that was like in Philly, we brought Memphis Bleak first album. Like his first album, we was fucking with Memphis Bleak.
He had like 4 or
Heavy.
5 albums, man. He had a shitload of albums.
His
So it's
first
like
his first two albums, they classics. So his first two, the
hard,
second album wasn't better,
kind of hard
but
for young Chris to find a lane, is all I'm saying. They had a lane as the Young Guns, but young Chris, like
as a solo artist, say
young Chris as a rap name isn't going to work either.
that too. I think he would have had to kind of do a rebranding or whatever, and not changing the style or anything, but like say, like you said, the young Chris name or change that, switch it up, whatever. And also, yeah, I do believe the beat selections, but I really do believe is what Jay-Z allows him to do. So say I want to go work with this producer and you know, I've got this new sound. The Jay-Z come in, listen to it, it's hot, but I ain't really feeling it. That means scratch that. You can't do it now. JC say it's nice, that's cool, but I ain't feeling it. You gotta scratch that whole. I'm not feeling that producer.
What's your take on this from Great Scott Rosewood? He says Little Snoop was the one that would have made Meek Mill millions, multi-millions. You believe
Facts,
that?
facts,
Why did he say
facts.
that?
Because Little Snoop had the charisma, the image. He actually could rap, and he had the. As far as like I'm saying, actually could rap as far as like a young down south person, a
Right.
young boy from down south. Very creative,
We're in agreement.
and then to have the Rock Nation machine behind Little Snoop and dealing with those producers, imagine what songs he could have made. I definitely believe Little Snoop would be making mixtape and albums right now that people will be listening to. He'll be in the topic of everybody else right now. Almost like the Lil Durk King Von situation. King Von flew. I think Little Snoop was going to be the same way.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. That's what's up. So, who else have you known to have been signed to Dream Chasers?
Louis V. Gutter, Louis V. Gutter and Meek had a fallout, and that was stupid because
Over some stupid ass shit.
stupid shit.
Over Louis V. Gutter being at a Waffle House when the cops arrived.
It was something about a chain,
No,
chain or something like that.
I think it was about a watch.
Yeah, the watch. Yeah, stupid watch.
You're going to ruin a friendship that was really working. These guys had a great record together. You remember Kilos, right?
Yeah, Kilos and Young and Getting It.
Right.
I'm getting it. That was the first. The thing is, we
isn't gonna, not to throw shade on Meek, guys, everyone in the chat, but how the hell is Meek's first concern not to call Louis V. Gutter and be like, yo, you're good? You're good, right? Like everything's all right. You just got stuck up. You know, you could have been killed.
Yeah. That's the first show. Yo, you good? Everybody with you good? Y'all safe? All right, what went down? All right, look, that's how we gonna do the PR campaign.
No. Look here. Here's what Meek Mill goes. Yo, I saw you with the police. You're cut.
That was weird. And now, the way Meek Mills is now, if you look at hindsight, him saying that, he couldn't say that now. Now you must in Louis V. Gutter, like I said in the previous interview we did before, he's a hook maker. He makes those hooks. So with him and Meek together, it was a good team. Meaning he comes up with these hooks, concepts, you bring the bars and your concepts. And we have it records.
Right.
And that's what it was supposed to be. So even if it's a situation, you call that man on the phone and you say, all right, look, play the background, whatever. But we're gonna keep making hits. We're gonna keep making hits.
Yeah,
Just
man.
like Meek with Jello Beats.
It was too much bravado, man. It was too much like he was like, I can't be around someone who got robbed and then, you know what I mean, was on video. It's like bullshit, man.
But that is bullshit because at the same time, I'm pretty sure he would do a features with 2 Chains, right?
Oh yeah, definitely, man. But yo, log
And
back
2
in,
Chains
bro.
got robbed.
Log back in, all right? Your shit's a little glitchy right now. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna have Rosewood log back in, so his joint's not a little as glitchy. Why are 10 million? As soon as Rosewood gets back in here, we're gonna ask him that question. I mean, Rosewood is the Philly Connect. Let me see if we can get him back in here. I think it was just a little choppy. There we go. Looking good.
Thank you. Why is Philly so terrible musically these days?
Right. You're the Philly connection, so I'm gonna have you answer this one, Rosewood.
I'm gonna just say for one, us getting in our own way and not supporting each other. That's always a problem in Philly. It's so much competition that even when people are cool, people that think it's a beef or something like that. At the same time,
What? You're gonna agree with this shit?
no, look, I'm gonna keep it a bean. I don't sugarcoat no feelings over here, Mikey T. You already know.
All
That's
right.
why I said the first thing is we be in our own way. About 5 years ago, they had a Philly support Philly campaign, PSP, and then that's where everybody's coming together. Then that just faded, and it's weird. So people it's a lot of pride in Philadelphia. So people don't like to swallow their pride. Or like you said, it's a lot of bravado in the city. People don't like to put that to the side and humble themselves to make the city better.
Yep. It's
Because
exactly what
even
we were just saying.
with the that's like with the pound side pop situation. I don't think that should have been put out there. Or even the details like, oh, Meek Mill offered me 10,000, and I don't think that should have been out there. There should have been something that stayed in Philly.
Well, Poundside Pop is a young artist. He's young and getting it, no pun intended. So I'm pretty sure he doesn't give a damn what anybody really has to say about that. You know what I mean? Rosewood, like he's like, yo,
Right.
I'm putting my truth out there. I'm saying what I gotta say. People actually care what I've got to say. You know what I mean? Like I kind of feel
The,
like he probably feels like that.
the people will appreciate that, but the industry won't. That's the thing. The industry won't. The industry holds grudges.
Yeah.
Anybody in the industry holds grudges.
Who's that? So who do we got here on the list now that he could have potentially rubbed the wrong way? Rick Ross, Jay-Z,
AZ.
who else? Yo Gotti. I'm not sure. Yo Gotti and Meek Mill.
Yeah, but he wasn't Rob Real guy. I say the two is Rick Ross and Jay Z, and Rick Ross and Jay Z have a connection, and that's that connection. You don't want to mess that up. That's
Hold
why I
on.
said it should have stayed in Philadelphia.
Hold on. We got some street talents here. Husky Andy, salute to you for the 199 super chat. He said, yo, Mikey T, New Philly, Rosewood. Let's talk about it. Leaf Ward,
Mhm.
Oh, That's Ryder, and G1.
I don't know what G1 is. Oh, that's Ryder. Yes, up and coming. Leaf Ward, one of the hottest in the city right now. But you see how like he put that up there, like in the city, even like Leaf Ward is hot. Like, all right, if this was Atlanta, everybody in Atlanta would be like pushing Leak Ward and saying like telling the whole world he's the hottest. Here in the city, we just like, oh, all right, it's another hot young boy. Instead of getting behind them, pushing the movement and putting the city on the map. It's weird to me, but it always been like that. Just like even with ARAD, like his movement. People were quick to point out, oh, they're only talking about street and goon stuff. And so what? They got a movement. They coming from your city.
Personally,
And you enjoy the music.
I think that Meek Mill should have signed ARAB.
I personally think there's a few people Meek should have signed
But
out of the city.
Maybe Meek didn't have enough money back then because the net worth report back then was only like 3 million. Now it's up to 20 million. So maybe he really didn't have enough money to sign ARAB back then.
Okay, that's cool, but you don't go to your higher ups and say, look, or their A&Rs just looking for new talent in Philadelphia. We got ARAD. Like he pretty much next up. He can just say that. Let's say that. And then they look at him.
Meek could have been like, Drake's already talking about him. We got to move on this shit. This is what's going to make Dream Chasers big.
Almost, he should have looked at it almost as he's Jay-Z. This is my Beanie Siegel. I can level up to the ball status, and then I have a top goon. And then I move my top goon.
Is that how it would have been, Rosewood?
That's how I look at it. Is Meek Mill would have been Jay-Z, and ARAD would have been Beanie Siegel.
Holy shit!
Jay-Z already. Nobody think about that, but Jay-Z already got the blueprint for it.
Meek Mill might not have been with Jay-Z at that point,
but he was cool with him.
I think so it doesn't matter, man. I don't think he would have been.
Well, even if he was with Rick Ross, and he did it, it still would have been that kind of relationship. That's what I'm saying. It would have been that relationship.
Yep, I think he missed out. Did Drake miss out in signing ARAB and instead probably going with McConan?
I would say yes, Drake missed out, but at the same time, I don't think that would have been a good situation for ARAD.
Damn, that moment should go viral with Rosewood saying that Drake missed out on. Everybody's gonna be like, Rosewood, Drake missed out. That's gonna be like a whole big quote now. It's gonna be like, Drake missed out, Rosewood. Yeah, okay.
Or ARAD.
Okay.
Or ARAD.
I'm just saying Drake didn't miss out on nothing, man.
Well, no, but you saying as far as artists, him being an artist, no, but him bringing along artists, yes.
Yeah, that could have been big. That could have been big if Birdman and Drake would have done the ARAB album.
Right, and then that's what I'm saying. Then you're coming in Philly, and now you can basically go up the whole East Coast with ARAB and Drake. And it's like you got Drake his style, and then you bring ARAB style, the hood with it. You combined it. You almost got kind of best of both worlds.
Yeah, it would have been a whole nother reason for Drake to tour America.
Right.
Yeah,
that's why I said the miss out part. If anybody misunderstood, that's what I'm saying. Him signing the artist. Him as an artist, no, he's not missing out.
Yeah,
you signing artist.
You should be viral for that tomorrow. Drake missed out. What? Great Scott says DaBaby signed a lot of people from here and still signing people. Drake missed out on Tory Lanez. Well, yeah, I actually ran into Tory Lanez when he was working in Miami. He was working with Trina at first, Rosewood. I don't know if you knew that, but he was doing.
I remember that.
Yeah, he was doing some writing with Trina, and my partner EC actually did some beats for that whole the record was called Damn, actually. Let me see.
Did Tory Lanez write that?
I couldn't say, man. I couldn't say. It's a good question.
Because a lot of people be wondering why he acts the way he does is because it's a lot of songs that he wrote. Now, if you're the ghostwriter, of course you can't get the credit, but it's a lot of songs that he wrote that probably are songs that we heard before. Just didn't know he wrote it.
I think I'm not sure, but I'd say Tory Lanez is his own writer. It was crazy, man, because I shit you not, I was actually planning a Tory Lanez French Montana record all before their record came out. It was like, damn it!
They beat you to the punch.
Kind of.
Right.
Kind of, man. I mean, hold on one second. I was actually just sending EC a message to tune in here. Meek should have signed Kerr, free Albial and AR Rab. What do you think about that, man? Meek should have signed Kerr. Is that another person who you were referring to? Core, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Core. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Is that another person you were referring to when you were saying Meek should have signed a lot of people?
But he's one of them. He's one of them that I'm not saying should have. I'm saying he could have. There was a plethora of MCs in Philadelphia where he could have went through as far as ones that were out with him and ones that are up and coming like Core or Ad. Those, like, he had a plethora of artists he could have chose from. I'm not saying he should have did anything. He doesn't have to do it. He don't owe anybody nothing. But he could for the benefit of the city, like Core. Like, you see his movement or whatever. Like, it's like, why don't we have a Meek Mill's Core song or whatever like that? Why don't we have a Meek Mill and PNB Rock hit song?
I think we did.
Like,
Wasn't it called Dangerous?
yeah, but I'm talking about like a major, like a song like how PNB and Fetty Wap got a song. That song.
Well, I'm gonna say
Like,
this, Rosewood. I'm gonna say this. You know what I mean? Because you say that, like, people like Leaf Ward and these guys deserve the looks. Meek Mill better start giving people these looks before he turns into a 50 Cent type artist whose sound isn't relevant anymore. At a certain point in time, 50's sound just wasn't relevant anymore. And like he'll never get it back. So I hope this doesn't happen to Meek.
and that's why the way all the stuff that he's getting into, that doesn't add to your art, to your craft. Especially if you're detached from where you originally come from, you start, like you said, your sound starts to get outdated.
That's right. Free Albial. What did you think about Albial, man? Albial was taking over the scene pretty quick. He was starting to make a name
Yeah,
for
he was. I didn't know he was locked up. Free him. I didn't know he was locked up.
Well, man, if he wasn't locked up, I can guarantee you he'd be making a lot more noise, bro. That guy really started getting to the money when it came to music. But this was pre-pandemic. He had started doing a little bit of touring here and there. Great Scott says 50 fell off major. What did you think about 50's pairing with Beanie Siegel, man? Did we talk about that?
Yeah, we kind of touched on it a little bit on the last interview or whatever. We were just talking about like I'm trying to sign.
But
I think
what I wanted to ask you based on 50 fell off major is what was your favorite 50 Cent album?
my favorite 50 Cent album is Guess Who's Back, to tell you the truth.
Guess Who's Back?
Mm-hmm.
I'd say Power of the Dollar is better than Guess Who's Back.
Either or.
So Power of the Dollar second?
Yeah, either or. You can put one or the other first. It don't matter. Both
So
of those two albums.
You would probably go Guess Who's Back, Power of the Dollar, Get Rich or Die Trying, The Massacre,
Mm-hmm.
and then the rest
Just
of them.
like, Yeah, because Power the Dollar, and Guess Who's Back. That's 50 at his rawest right there. That's raw 50 right there, man. And at that time, he didn't have the fan fame. He wasn't celebrity 50 Cent. I would be saying bars off those albums, and people look at me like, well, I'm like, that's 50 Cent. 50 Cent. Who's that guy? That's the guy that diss everybody. I'm like, yeah, he don't give a fuck. He going. I'm like, yo, he eventually gonna make it. And nobody believe me. 2003 come, everybody's bumping this shit now.
Yep, yep. Nobody believed you. They're like, yo, who's that? That's the guy who's just dissing everybody, huh?
They're like 50 Cent. They're like, huh? I'm like, yo, man, go hard.
Hold on. Let me see here.
Should have seen Smile missing a tooth, Coop missing a roof. He like, what up, 50? I'm like, what up with you?
So, do you remember any of? Did you see the movie In Too Deep?
Yes, yeah.
Do you
Good classic.
a big thing about that was that 50 actually got a couple 50 actually had a couple records on the soundtrack, and
Yeah,
that's interesting to hear that he actually had music on the soundtrack. It showed that his music was going somewhere.
yeah, and that was through I do believe rest in peace, Chris Lighty, the Lighty brothers. Like, cause under Violator, like that whole like Violator, that's how cause LL was on the Violator at that time. And Chris Lighty ran Violator. So that's how he brought 50 Cent on the album to get him money basically. Cause 50 needed the money because Sony jerked him and then he had to pay Jam Master Jay and all that. And like he said, I had 10,000 and I went back to the streets and bought crack with that. So his management is looking like this is about this, he's a star. We don't need artists on the block selling crack. So let's at least get him on a soundtrack of a movie where proceeds can come in to his pocket.
So, do you remember actually hearing any of the music actually in the movie? Like whether you noticed it at first on your first viewing or if you went back and watched In Too Deep once 50 had blown up. Do you remember where any of the music actually was in the movie or not really?
No, they didn't have the music in the movie. I
Okay.
think at the when the movie ends and the
Credits.
credits come up, yeah. Now, if anybody, I don't know if any of the younger people know about this, but back in the day, any movie with hip hop from Juice to Above the Rim, people would stay when the credits would come up because they show behind the scene footage and they have music from the soundtrack. So I remember, I think on Into Deep, they played Bout It Bout It. 50 Cent had a song called Bout It.
No, no,
No,
Rowdy.
Rowdy.
Yep.
Rowdy. My bad. I didn't mean to say Bout It.
Let me
Master
see.
P.
Where is yep,
Rowdy.
Rowdy.
Mm-hmm.
Performed by 50 Cent, produced by Kid Capri.
Mm, mm.
Yep.
That new
Look,
kid.
let
Mm-hmm.
me tell you who else was featured on the In Too Deep soundtrack. Maybe you can name a few off yourself. We got Nas and Nature on the title track,
Yeah.
into Method Man,
Mm-hmm.
Man,
Mm-hmm.
Ali Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, they had How to Rob on there as well. Thug,
Yeah, that was on there.
Thug Money by Trick Daddy, Jermaine Dupri, and Jagged Edge. Because Jagged Edge was actually signed to So So Def, I believe, back in the day with
And
Jermaine.
Jermaine Dupri was in the movie.
Okay, okay.
Dupri was in Into Deep.
Capone Noriega and the Locks, Bleeding from the Mouth. If anybody actually wants to check that record out.
They should. They should. That's like a hidden gem.
Hmm.
Because if you didn't hear it off the mixtape, you would have to hear it off the soundtrack to the movie.
Wow. And they actually put my favorite Mobb Deep song on there too. The remix though, the Quiet Storm remix with Little
Yeah.
Kim.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it was basically that's why everybody had love for Chris Lighty because he was getting people money. He was getting people a bag. If he messed with you, put you on soundtracks, he getting you a bag.
Let me ask you, man. Have you ever heard of any of these artists? They were featured on it. We got The Product, G&B, Dave Hollister.
Yeah, he's a singer.
Oh, he's a singer? Okay. So, yeah, also we got producers, Poke and Tone, who I believe 50 worked with.
Yeah, Track Masters.
Yep.
Is that Track Masters doing folk?
Let me see. Tone and Poke. Yep. The Track Masters. Yep.
Masters.
Yep. They were the ones who actually did some work with him. So, Rowdy Rowdy was not featured on. Rowdy Rowdy wasn't featured on Guess Who's Back, right?
No, I think it was only on that soundtrack.
Okay. Yep. How to Rob was featured on Power of the Dollar, though.
Yeah, that was. Mm-hmm.
Right. Here, let me see where they got. I want to see where they got. You see, they don't even have that album listed. Guess Who's Back. They don't even have the Guess Who's Back. Well, hell, they don't even have the Power of the Dollar album listed either. So that says a lot.
Right. It's almost like they try to erase those, like they didn't like exist, or trying to treat them like mixtapes.
I think they only
But
released 5,000 copies of Power of the Dollar.
yeah, it was a. They didn't promote that. They didn't promote that. You really had to be a hip hop head and tuned in to listen to Power of the Dollar.
So you're telling me that 50 Cent single Thug Love with Beyonce, that wasn't going to do anything if he had actually got that video shot?
It might but you gotta think what year it was. You gotta think is this Destiny Child Beyonce, or this is Beyonce when she got the Beehive?
Well, of
Because
course.
Cameron has a song. Cameron has a song with Beyonce.
Wow. Yeah, Thug Love is a song recorded by the rapper 50 Cent for the Power of the Dollar album.
So that's
2000.
Destiny Child Beyonce.
So that's 2000. And let me see right here, Destiny's Child's discography. They've got their first album, Destiny's Child, in 1998, which had which did not have anything on it. No. It had no and With Me. Does anybody? All right, but then they had The Writing on the Wall. That was Destiny's Child big album. It had Bills, Bugaboo. So that was released July 27th, 1999.
Did Power of the Dollar come out in 1999 too, or 2000?
July 4th, 2000, man. So if they had actually got that video shot for Thug Love, do you think it would have been the one that blew 50 up?
Not like how he blew up with Dr. Dre. It would have gave him more exposure. It would give him more exposure, and more people would have. Now people wouldn't be telling me in the street like, "Who is 50 Cent?" They're like, "Oh, the guy with Beyonce," like that. So yes, it would have gave him more recognition.
Might have hurt him too in the future.
Yeah, and that was Sony. Sony really didn't give a fuck about 50 Cent.
They could have made money if they would have. They should have been like 50. We need you to get to LA and film the video with Beyonce. I understand what happened to you. We need you to get to LA and film the video with Beyonce. That would have been major, but also I say it could have hurt him because say he did that, it wasn't as successful. Then he tried to go at Murder Inc. Now he's the guy that was with Beyonce trying to go at Murder Inc.
Right. Making the same, doing the same thing Ja Rule is doing.
Right.
And they'd be calling him a copycat.
Right. Exactly.
So it was, certain things happen for a reason.
Yep. I think
things happen for a reason.
So at that time, man, so she already had Bugaboo out. She already had Bills out, man. At that time, what do you think, man? Was the Beyonce record like, was it really gonna hit like that? Or was it more, or was it like let me see. What Nas, remember Nas featuring or J-Lo featuring Nas?
Yeah. That was on Murder Inc., right? That's when he
Yeah.
was doing stuff with, from
Um,
what not from what Nas album?
no, I think it was from Jennifer Lopez's album.
Oh,
Um,
that's probably right. That's probably I never heard of J Lo album.
Yep, it was from the 2001 album, J-Lo. It was released in 2001, right? So
Yeah.
and that was the next single that 50 was going to be featured on, I'm Gonna Be All Right, but they kicked him off of it. So 50 would have had records with Beyonce and Jennifer Lopez. Imagine that. Like you said, certain things
Yeah.
happen for a reason.
Because 50, I do believe both of those songs he would did great on because he has that melodic, he can do that melodic flow and all that. So I
Yep.
think he would have been great on both of those, but I don't think it was the right timing, like you said.
Would have
The
ruined.
Murder Inc. thing, yeah, the Murder Inc. thing was we didn't know that was gonna happen, but that
People
blew up. So
Rosewood, if they would have let 50 do those records, people would have been like, okay, those records aren't that great. They're not real. Ja Rule would have blew him out of the water with I'm Real.
yeah,
Right. Right?
that's why I say Cameron had a song with Beyonce, you know, on his album, and it's a good song, but it's not gonna, even Beyonce fans now aren't gonna go back to do it again with Cameron and Beyonce.
Do it again.
hmm
Yeah,
And
but
that's what he put on the end of the swagger jacket for Jay-Z. He said, hold on, I even got your girl on the song, singing, talking about singing, selling crack.
Fatal 1987 is in the building. He asked, why did Casanova turn himself in? Casanova turned himself in because he knows he's innocent. He's taken that stance. Rosewood, a lot of people take that stance, right? They turn themselves in because they know they're innocent.
Well, you're always gonna say you're innocent. Yeah, you innocent. Nobody's gonna say I'm guilty. You innocent, but you turn yourself in so you can start the process of fighting it. The longer you go on a run, that's more time you could have spent fighting it and getting a favorable opinion in the federal government's eyes. When you go on a run, you're unfavorable to them. You got to play ball. You have to play ball when you get in there. And there's nothing to do with telling anything. It's all with you have to play ball with them. Whatever the plea is, whatever they say they're going to do, or if you can fight it and you can go. Because I think only hip hop, people in hip hop, period, I think that ever beat the Feds was Irv Gotti and Chris Gotti. They're the
Well,
only ones.
well, Freeway Rick Ross actually did an interview on Vlad that you should check out where he speaks on that a little bit. That situation's a little bit more complicated than just saying that they beat him because, you know,
They won though. They took them to trial and won.
well, just go check out the interview, man. Just go check out the interview. There's a lot.
Well, I'm just going on with because I listened to Chris Gotti's interview on Vlad, and he touched and he spoke on that, and he said they wanted them to plead out, like for like a little probation time.
Yep, and they
They're
would
like, no, we didn't do anything. Yeah, they said we didn't do anything, and they said they lost so much money, couldn't get it back. Like that's why I said the feds don't play fair. Let's look at that. Anybody look at Murder Inc.'s case with the feds, or look at even DJ Drama. Right? DJ Drama with the feds coming in with the CDs,
I just
locking him up for 80,000 CDs.
I just seen that shit. He said they got like 500,000, man. Now Fatal says Casanova should have learned from Arab's mistakes. At a certain point, like just to address that truthfully, when you're involved in something, you're involved in something. There's no real pulling out and being like, oh, I see the mistake he made. I'm just going to pull out. The feds don't care about that. Look what happened with Bobby Shmurda and Rowdy Rebel. They were well beyond pulled out of the street. and then they got old
Right.
activity brought up from past years.
Right. Right. Bobby Smurder said it himself. He said they've been trying to get us. He said even when they came in illegally. Stuff they did was illegal because they was trying so hard to get us. They knew we had money now. They know we about to get out of here.
Yo, Rosewood, I need you to spit this comment that my guy Iceberg just left.
Yeah, Beyonce, check my second LP. I might bring it back. That's your girl. That's your world. I had a thing fucking singing about singing crack. Yeah. Cameron is foul with the mouth, man.
Yo, Chemo Savvy.
Jack,
Chemo Savvy says, Mikey T,
salute.
respect on your name with that fire interview with the real Rick Ross. Salute. Go check
Yeah.
out my new interview I just dropped today with Petey Crack, basically detailing how Jay-Z brought him back to Def Jam after the split with Dame Dash. You know, I thought that was interesting, Rosewood, because Petey Crack was the one who didn't choose a side. You know, what Freeway, the Young Guns, they stayed with Jay. Beanie Siegel went with, you know what I mean, Dame Dash. And then Uncasa sort of stayed by himself. Uncasa popped up with the record Neo, Stay. And then that made Jay want to say, yo, let's finish up our business. What do you think about that whole thing, man? About how Petey Crack played the situation when Rockefeller split up, man? Because that was like a kind of a strange time for everybody, the fans included.
Yeah, yeah. A very strange time. Shout out to Petey Crack. Shout out to you, Mikey T, for doing the interview with Petey Crack. I'm definitely a major Petey Crack fan. Definitely a major Petey Crack fan. Met him a few times. Thorough dude. You know, smoked a few L's with him outside of Sweet 450 when that was popping. Then on Spring Ride at the club. But Petey Crack, he had the potential. And like I think one of his interviews, he was saying like they were telling him like be more creative. Make those songs like the joint he had with Neo. You know, be creative. And the thing was, I don't think he was ever signed to Rockefeller. I think he was signed to Def Jam from the giddy up. I don't think he was signed to Rockefeller. I think he was signed straight to Def Jam. So when the split broke, he was already over at Def Jam.
Well, he told me he signed contracts with both Rockefeller and Def Jam. Now, whether that was Rockefeller Def Jam distribution from the get-go and then solo Def Jam afterwards, because you know that's why it was strange for us back then. It was like Jay-Z was leaving Rockefeller to take over Rockefeller again, but now under Def Jam as the president, he had sold Rockaware only to then retake it over or something like that. It was kind of strange. Yeah. It was like, God damn, Jay-Z is like the ultimate boss. And you know, Petey Crack said basically Dame Dash couldn't offer him what he wanted to offer him. I'm trying to like was Dame Dash sort of in like the Suge Knight position at this point, like compared to Dre? Like Suge was never able to release all these albums from rappers like Crooked Eye, you know what I mean? From rappers like Eastwood. He released a few thousand copies of Corrupt's album Against the Grain.
Right.
But was Dame Dash just going to be in the position where he couldn't solidify release dates?
Yes, because basically Dave Dash was on the block list. Because at that time, they didn't want Dave. They like, all right, we want you at Def Jam, but we don't want Dame. We don't want Dame.
Spends too much money, they were probably saying.
Yeah, we don't want him. He don't know how to chill.
Why is he pouring out 2 bottles of perfectly good champagne?
Right.
Shit like that.
And the thing was, I always heard it was the Big Pimpin' video. After the Big Pimpin' video, the higher ups was like, we can't bring him along. He wants to be bigger than the artist. The artist is Jay-Z. You're you're a CEO. You're
Yo,
not.
Rosewood, it's like the artist just is Jay-Z, but you're the CEO too. You don't need a second CEO. You know what I mean?
Right, and that's how they're going to kick it to him.
You're
So
like
they like he could say,
you're like Diddy and Biggie in one. You don't need a Diddy. You know what I mean?
right, right. So I do believe Jay-Z, he did want to bring Dame Dash along, but they weren't having that. They were basically rebuilding,
Right.
destroy and rebuild. Because the way Sparks said it, he said, or it was I heard Sparks and I think Chris, maybe or even Oskino. They said they had a list with everybody's name on there, right? And that's how they decided who went with who. Because everybody think people went with this person, people with that person. No, they said they had a list. They ripped the list in half. They one half to Jay, the other half to Dave, and that's who you went with.
I think
It wasn't no two.
Jay got the. I don't understand why Bean stuck with Dame Dash. To be honest with you, it must have been a gripe.
He was better.
Huh?
Yeah, he was just upset. He was just upset. He was just upset that Jay-Z was doing him wrong. That's
Well, it
all.
was wrong because Bean Siegel could have made a lot more legendary moves on Def Jam.
Hell yes. Hell yes. He's just instead of being a businessman and putting it because there's no feelings in business. So put your feelings to the side, whatever. Let things smooth over. Get your act together. Start bringing talent out of Philly. And then Hov will look at you like, oh, Siegel's on his job. He got his he don't need me. He don't need Dame. He didn't. He could have still been maneuvering. Then Jay probably would have been on Rock Nation now, putting out whatever. Or at least this I'm saying he wouldn't have had the hardships that he had. He had to thug it out for a little bit. Basically, like, look, thug it out for a little bit and come back to the city. Start making music with all the up and coming cats in the city, all the state property people or whatever like that. Start bringing out mixtapes. Keep the state property name around. Like,
man, what do you think Jay-Z was thinking? What do you think Jay-Z was thinking when Petey Crack popped back up on that Neo record, Stay, and the shit was buzzing all over New York?
he said, I think he said, I knew he had it in him. Petey Crack was on the Vlad. If you watch Petey Crack interview on Vlad, he say that Jay-Z told him he dropped the ball. Petey couldn't stay out of jail. He couldn't stay out of jail. That was the whole thing. He couldn't stay out of jail.
Beans, Oskino, all were in jail. That's one of the major problems that you have when you're in a group of 6, man.
But I say Petey because he wasn't fully state property. He was basically his own entity. His destiny was in his hands. He couldn't stay out of jail. The drugs in jail is synonymous in Philadelphia, man. It just happens, man.
Yeah, man. A lot of top artists in the state property clique, man. If I were to ask you state property or major figures, would that be that hard of a decision for you?
No. No.
I wouldn't.
I think everybody will know my answer.
Let's ask the chat before we
Mm-hmm.
get their official answer and why.
Yeah, let's ask the chat. Because I would like to see if they say that they're gonna say what I say. Or they feel like I feel. Let's ask the chat.
Rashawn, we're asking the chat right now, state property or major figures. Who were you guys more heavily invested in? Did you guys rock with Gilly, Dutch and Spade, Ab Lava? They had the female on their camp, Bianca. Did you mess with them? Salute Bump J. You know what I mean? Or did you guys rock with state property? Were you guys more into Beans and the Young Guns, Freeway? Beans' sidekick right there, the loose cannon, Oskino. You know what I'm saying? Petey Crack, as we were saying. Before we get into that, as everyone leaves their comments as to who they like better, Rashawn said that Cracks is fire with the music. Like he just says that he's just pretty much fire with the music.
Yes. Talented motherfucker, man. I swear, man. That's why I banged with him. He was just so not even different. He was musically inclined. Like, and what he was rapping about was actually how I was living my life. So it's like that. You talking about partying, getting bitches, getting money, getting high. That's what we doing at the time. So it's like we paying PD crack 24/7. Especially if we was going down the Badlands. We going down A in Ontario, what?
So where
PD
did
is definitely in there.
where did he rank for you in the state property? You know, you got Beans Freeway. You know what I mean? You got Beans Freeway, the Young Guns, and Oskino. Where did PD Crack rank for you in the crew?
Two.
Beans, PD,
Then crack. Yes.
Freeway.
No, I'm gonna go with Young Chris.
So Young Guns, Freeway, Oskino last,
No,
or
I'm gonna say young. No, I'm gonna say Young Chris. I'm gonna say Beans, Petey, Young Chris, Freeway, Oskino. Then you can put Neef up.
all right. So let's get into some of these votes. For everyone that's just tapping in, we're asking who was more influential to you? Who did you guys like better, State Property or Major Figures? Leave your comments. We're going to respond to them, or just leave the answer SP or MF.
I would like. I would like to hear this because
All
I would
right,
like to hear people's opinion out of Philadelphia
let's get a
on
tally.
that one.
Let's get a tally. If you're from Philly, let us know as well. But we're taking it worldwide because both camps were obvious. Major Figures released one album. State Property released two albums.
Yes.
Just a couple briefing questions. The more likely of the two groups to release another album would probably be State Property.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's see. All right. Rap Zone TV says State Property. Mark Ramos says State Property. Cool Demeanor says Figures.
Okay. 2-1.
Alien says SP.
3-1.
Rashawn says State Property. Anthony Mackie says Major Figures was slick when they came out, but State Property was spitting from empty stomachs. Do you want to respond to that, Rosewood? Major Figures was slick when they first came out. What does he elaborate? Tell me about that.
All right. I understand what he said. When Major Figures came out, like I said, they were smooth. They were wearing Versace, Moschino, Gucci, Prada. Like in the city at that time, we were really big on you rapping about who you actually are. So if you're talking about diamonds and Rolexes and all this or whatever, and you don't really have that, we looked at you as a fraud. Like it's like just like slick talk. Only person that really could really say that was Gilly because he really had that. Everybody else was just hungry, just like State Property, but they were slick. They were smooth. Like you see how Ab Lava is, the smooth hustler. Like you see how he is. It's all about being fly. I compare them almost like how Jay-Z was in like 96 and 97, early Jay-Z. Being up on the clothes that nobody, the high fashion that nobody's on, the different type of Rolexes and stuff like that. They were hungry too, though. They were hungry.
Ab Lava went on to work with Pusha T and their whole camp. He also went on to work with Dr. Dre as well.
A lot of people, yes.
You know what I mean?
Lava.
Ab Lava actually branched out. You know what I mean? Dutch and Spade, they went on to get a record deal as well. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Spade got locked up.
That's what they would have been made. Dutch and Spade would have been major if Spade didn't get locked up. But that shows you right there, and that's another thing to go back to what the comment was saying, like why Philly isn't out more or whatever like that. That is one of the situations where it stunted our growth. That major figure state property beef, that hindered the city's growth. That made a lot of people not want to deal with the city because you had the two most popular groups in the city, and really, if they would have came together, we would have had classics and we would have pushed the city to another level. But since we couldn't even fathom that at that time. They beefed, and unfortunately, you had somebody that got killed. Rest in peace, L.A. Shady Black's brother, and then you have Spade go to jail. So you lose two people in the rap community from Philadelphia, and that was one of the things that hindered it. And it took a long time for us even to recover from that little situation.
Yo, my man Iceberg said, "Damn, Freeway, mad low on the list."
Yeah, is and look, I'm gonna tell you why. Because when I'll take it back to my high school days, 99. My man Tragedy, he loved Freeway. I'm talking about, he was always, he like Freeway gonna be the best of all of them. This is 99. 2000 come, he on it. And I'm like, no, I'm like, you got Siegel or whatever. I'm like, I can understand, but I'm like, is he better than Oskino? Like, I done had debates with this. When PD Crack came, it was just something else. He comp him and Freeway. I think Freeway got better, but the early Freeways, I just wasn't really. I didn't really mess with. I like when he got on 1900 Hustler, basically from the Dynasty on up. Basically, when he did 1900 Hustler, I said I could see, like I said with the Cassie Freeway battle, him being on beats is great. You know, him spitting those rhymes, they were supposed to be for beats. So him on certain songs, he's great on songs or whatever. They're straight dope lyricists and coming raw with bar at the bar or verse at the verse. That's why I just rank him a little low. Because Beanie Siegel's gonna give you that, Petey Crack's gonna give you that, Chris is gonna give you that, Oskino's gonna give you that.
I got a big bang. God damn it.
They're gonna give you those verses.
Jimmy Conway says, "State property. What are you talking about?" Oh, fuck. Fucking snap.
See, state property they had the clothing, they had the movie. It's so much impact that they had. Like the marketing scheme behind them was excellent. Major Figures wasn't marketed right. Gilly wasn't marketed right. They didn't know how to market though.
Let's see. Okay, Get Money says Major Figures. Cool Demeanor says, "I'm from VA and I had the Figures mixtapes before they signed."
They dropped a bunch of mixtapes before they dropped the album.
Word. What was it like that with State Property though?
No, because they didn't know each other. Only people that knew each other was Oskino and Sparks and Freeway and Freeway and PD Crack.
We'll get to your answer in a second. Iceberg said State Property for me. Chemo Savvy said State Property was buzzing more in some way, but Major Figures had a pop in the East Coast. Do you agree with that?
I agree totally.
Feel my swag, feel my G swag, excuse me. Feel my G swag. Whoa, I'm gonna think twice before I say your YouTube name on here. Again, my brother. He said State Property, Chain Gang. Do you think the first
I'm gonna say the G is for gangster.
I don't want to feel you. I don't want to feel your gangster swag, man. Not how it goes. So, which album did you like better? The first State Property album or the second when PD Crack was added?
Oh, 2. Because two is basically PD Crack. 2 is PD Crack. Most of the songs on there are Petey Crack songs. He got locked up. So they said, well, since you're locked up, we're going to put it on state property joint. That's what Oskino said. Beans will have him over the house, give him the chain, have him rap or whatever like that. And then when, Beans wanted the chain back, he'd call him asking for the chain back. But state property, too, is Petey Crack's album.
So Golden Era NYC says, let's keep it 100. Dame is a smart hustler. The problem was that he was a CEO and Jay-Z was the brain of the body. The head of the state property was Bean. I'm from 87 and 98 hip hop is a different vibe. Okay.
Okay.
All right. See what you're saying there. I mean, Beanie Siegel is a smart hustler. Let's see. Beanie Siegel is a smart hustler. He signed Dipset behind Jay-Z's back. He signed Cameron as the vice president of Rockefeller behind Jay-Z's back. He signed.
You talking about Dame?
Yeah,
You
Dame.
meant to say
Yeah, Dame. Yeah, Dame. Let's talk about how much of a smart businessman Dame Dash is. One, he signed Dipset behind Jay-Z's back. Two, he signed Old Dirty Bastard, and nothing happened from that.
MOP.
He signed MOP, nothing happened from that. Who else did Dame Dash bring over that there were no results from, that they just kept on eating up the Rockefeller budgets? You know what I mean? With these releases.
And Jay-Z was on vacation at the time. That was the whole thing. He was on vacation at the time, and he's making these moves. And then to bring Cameron in without consulting Jay-Z, you know what Jay-Z going to say. So he's like, well, I know what Jay going to say. Fuck it. I'm going to do it any old way. We're going to get the money. He's going to be happy. He didn't know it was about to be a split.
Like, but at least have a business meeting about it. Like, at least really come in with a plan. Like, if you're going to bring Old Dirty Bastard into the fold. And first of all, he's signing all of these guys probably. And then Jay-Z's like, yo, we're about to do a merger with Def Jam, my G. Like, you was talking, like, you got to hold up. You got to wait a minute till real budget's open. He just wants to sign these people.
And we want the real budget to open. And does Def Jam want these acts? Do they want the Old Dirty Bastard?
Jay-Z went on to do Jadakiss, Fabulous, DJ Khaled. He brought all these
people. Everybody damn there. He brought everybody over there.
Everybody hold up. But like we were saying earlier, Def Jam, they didn't want Dame. I'm not sure if Jay-Z would have been able to work Dame Dash into the equation, like how we were talking the other day. If Bobby Shmurda goes to quality control, I feel like Bobby could work Rowdy into the equation. You know what I mean?
Right. Mm-hmm.
I don't think that for Dame Dash, because Dame Dash is another guy who needs $100 million. No,
exactly. And Leor Cohen, Leor and that's a couple people that was with Def Jam. Dame rubbed them the wrong way. If you look at the Hard Knock Life Tour movie, and he's cursing them out in the back about them having Def Jam jackets instead of Rocket. He's like, why is Def Jam sending my artist jackets and they're on Rockefeller? Who cares? But it's just Dame Dash rubbed a lot of them the wrong way. I would say as a collective, they were smart businessmen. They were smart businessmen as a collective.
All right. Hold up. Let me see. Where are we? Let me see. Someone said it's more like state property and the diplomats. Yeah, but we're comparing the groups from the same states. Mr. Toes said state property. Get Money 801 said Major Figures was about fly shit is about money. State property was goons, butters, and jeans.
I like how you summed that up.
Let me see.
There's more than that, but that's funny. It said butters and jeans.
The movie sold them. The state property movie sold them. Iceberg says weird. State property had the fake Pelly Pelly joints. They was branding better. Oh, word. The fake Pelly Pelly joints.
I don't understand. He's saying the state property jackets were
All
fake
right.
pelly pellies.
So let's take it to another level here. Gisolito 19 says if you was around back then, you know that state property couldn't outspit major figures. State prop was made to be bootleg major figures after Jay-Z couldn't get major figures. I love state property. Major figures mixtape are the GOAT in Philly. But let's not talk about the last part of it. Let's talk about this part. State property couldn't outspit major figures. Do you agree with that? Because I'm not sure I agree with that. I think state
No,
property probably outspit the major figures.
yes, bro. Yes. Yes. Like I said, they're
This
coming with verse. And I said, like I said, Beans, PD Crack, Oskino, and Young Chris can give you verse after verse after verse after verse, like nonstop. Like I don't like. I'm not going to say they're going to blow them out the water, but as far as outspitting state property, I don't think you have anybody in Philadelphia that agree with that.
yeah. I think this guy's tripping, man, to be 100% honest with you.
He tripping out the luggage, man.
Yeah, man. Just to be honest with you, like because I look at I look at major figures more as like hustlers than as musicians, to be honest with you. Like
Because Gilly's the ultimate hustler.
you
Gilly's
know,
the ultimate hustler. And
young
it's not, and I want to get to this part, not to cut you off. I want to get to this part at the bottom where he's saying like Jay-Z signed them after he couldn't get the figures. No, that wasn't the case. Gilly was going up to New York and all that too, whatever. Like it was Gilly. What they wanted Gilly. They didn't want a whole group. They didn't want a whole group. State property didn't even exist at that time. Only people that was going to get a group deal was Oskino and Sparks. That's it. They weren't thinking of, they couldn't think of a 4 or 5 man group. They were looking at, like, that's too many people. They just wanted Gilly. And Gilly's like, well, look, if you ain't bringing Lava, Dutch and Spade, which is a group in itself, Bianca, Bump J,
hold on.
Rucky.
All right. So Oskino is Oskino and Emilio Sparks, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So let me ask you, better duo, Oskino and Emilio Sparks or Dutch
Or
and Spade?
Dutch and Spade. Dutch
Okay.
and Spade.
All right, there we go. But now let's get to, because I think it's kind of overwhelming. It's probably like what, 20-10 in favor of state property, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So let me ask you now, Rosewood. I want you to give your opinion on who you think was the bigger group. What group you personally liked more? What group do you think produced more stars?
Well, first and foremost, I'm gonna think the better group was state property. And state property I like more. Like I said, when I was growing up, when I was in middle school, and those major figure mixtapes were coming out, it was about Flash. We didn't have that. We was broke. So when we finally get into high school, we still broke. State property come out, we can really relate to that. That was really they talking about like how we're living. And Beanie Siegel like how kids eating cereal at night. Like that we doing that. Like I'm like, damn, it's just certain stuff that state property touched you because you were actually probably living that at that time. You probably broke and going through the struggle. Definitely back in 2000 to 2003, or say 98 to 2003. You going through the struggle. People was broke.
I disagree with that golden era NYC. He said the only rapper that represents Philly is Arab and Gilly. No, man. Are you kidding? No. There is so many Philly rappers, man. I got to say, Rosewood, Philly is my favorite area of hip hop. You know what I mean? Like,
Thank,
there's so many
thank you.
different rappers in Philly. You know what I mean? Philly, a lot of people give me hell for saying that. To me, Philly is the mecca of hip hop. You know what I mean? But when I was in Miami,
No, but
Miami at a certain point was the mecca of hip hop. But I think it's passed on to Philly right now. If y'all can get it together, y'all can take over.
that's why I said. That's why I said we're in our own way. That's why I said we're in our own way. Philly hip hop music, period, been stamped in the industry going all the way back to Schoolie D. And then
Right.
if you want to be on the R&B tip, Gamble and Huff and people like that. So and then going all the way to Will Smith, Charlie Mack, like
So you
it's
guys
all
have your path. Like
so
California has theirs. You have your path like California has theirs, like New York has theirs, like Florida has theirs. You know what I mean? Like
yes.
yeah. Yeah, man.
Hmm.
I'm just
We
saying
actually have a history.
you shouldn't scrutinize somebody on saying where their favorite area of hip hop is, man. It just so happens that
No,
Philly is my favorite area of hip hop.
but I can understand why you say that. I can see that if there was no validation in what you're saying, but I can see why you say that.
And I'm glad you just broke it down because you totally laid out the path of what Pennsylvania and Philly music is. You know what I mean? From, you know what I
Because
mean?
even yeah, even Pennsylvania, yeah,
Will
even
Smith.
Pennsylvania, even Jersey,
Yeah.
even Jersey,
Yeah.
like
Wiz
'cause
Khalifa, you know what I mean?
yeah. So that's what I'm saying. It's like we definitely it's so much talent. Like when you say it's a lot of rappers, they just think you thinking about people that just rap. It's people that actually can rap, that
I
have bars,
can.
and that's like everybody,
That I really like. You know what I mean? So that says something. That says something about Philly. You know what I mean? But also,
right?
Wiz Khalifa is a big superstar too, man. You know what I mean? That's why I say Pennsylvania. You don't sell Philly short
Rest in peace to
because
Mac Miller.
yeah, just because Philly's the big city, you know what I mean? Don't sell the state of Pennsylvania short either. You guys are a big
No,
ass state. What
no,
you
no.
can drive like 5-6 hours in Pennsylvania, and you know what I mean? You c- like we was
And,
talking the
and
other
you just yeah,
Lancaster, 45 minutes from Philly. You know what I mean? It's
yeah,
a
and that's on the east side of Pennsylvania. So to get over to Pittsburgh, that's the west side of Pennsylvania. That's a 6 to 8 hour trip.
yeah. You see what I'm saying? There's a Philly is in a big state. You know what I'm saying? Like Miami in a big state, Los Angeles in a big state, New York in you know what I mean? In a big state, New York City.
That shows you, yeah, that shows you the impact that we have to be so small, like to be a fairly small city, but have a major impact on the United States as a whole, or even a state as a whole.
Fly Prolific says Philly's whole style, vernacular, flow, etc. be crazy. I'm a sucker for that gritty ish. New York focus on punchlines too much. I understand it, but that style dries out fast. What's your take on the gritty style of Philly compared to the punch flow basis of New York? Is that pretty much what
I
it is?
agree. Yeah, no, I agree exactly what he's saying. The vernacular and the style. We always set ourselves as we do not do our own thing, but we're originators. We don't this new generation now is doing it, but as far as my generation, any early millennials like that, if you're say 25 to 35, then you already know. We're not taking nothing from anywhere else. We have our own style, we have our own slang. Now granted, we do have similarities from New York, but we take that and we basically make it better. That's how we always looked at it. If they say, oh, they wore Timbs in the summertime, oh, we did too. But we wore Guess jeans and polo shirts instead of Averex jeans and a Pelly shirt or whatever. Like we had
Um,
that. It's there's something about us.
Anthony Mackie says Texas is big. Yeah, Texas is so big that they're known for their different cities like Dallas, Houston,
Right.
Austin,
Yeah.
by
Right.
Southwest. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All different cities. But Texas has had their showcase as well in hip hop. I mean, Suave House went and picked up Gilly the Kid. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Tony Draper.
Up out of Texas, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Swap.
Houston, Texas, founded by Tony Draper. Went in
Tony
and
Draper.
you know what I mean? So Houston or Texas, excuse me, Texas has really had their stronghold. Their strongest hold over the game was probably when Slim Thug, Chameleonaire, Paul Wall, and Mike Jones all started to take everything over. And that's probably was that around the similar time when Gilly went over there, maybe? Gilly had started to see that Texas was really doing some shit. Might have been.
I think Gilly was a little bit before that blew up.
Yep.
He was like, he might have been like a year. He was still down south. He was in there. He was around or
Right.
whatever. He might have still been signed.
In around
he might have been signed.
In around 2004-ish, Gilly had met up with 50. Gilly was going for a solo deal around people like 50 Cent and Jimmy Iovine and Interscope, according to 50's book.
Well, 2004.
Yep.
So he probably still signed to Tony Draper. He was still probably signed to Swap House while Houston was blowing up.
Well, yeah. No, that was probably like when Texas was betting on an outside player when they had so many heavy hitters right in their own city. You know what I mean? Little Flip.
Yeah.
Zero.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So heavy hitters right in Texas. You don't need to go outside of your state, but sometimes they do that. Look at Dre and M, with 50.
Yeah, right. That era that Houston had, it was unprecedented because for one, a lot of them were independent or coming from selling out their trunk, and that's how they got a deal or whatever with Swap House, or the two major labels that was down there that was putting out the records. Who was Mike Jones signed to, and what's the fucking record labels down there? For DJ Screw record label, and is it Swisher House? Yeah, Swisher House, and you had what's the other record label down there that came out?
Screwed Up Records.
You got Screwed Up Records, but you got that was Screwed Up Records. Who was Paul Wall and Mike Jones signed to? I think they signed to Swish House. It was Swish House Records, and it's a Swish House, and what's the other one?
Hold on 1 second. I'm checking it. Well, Paul Wall eventually signed to Atlantic Records, and yeah, it was Swisher House.
Swish House.
Yep, Swisher House.
Yeah. Now Swish House, because they had DJ Mike 5,000 Watt. That's when they had Sitting on Full Foes. When Sitting on Full Foes dropped, they blew. But then you started having some Thug and Zero, and the world started knowing them.
Once Atlanta took over from there, it was like gone. I don't even think Atlanta has let go of it yet.
No. But I would say Houston is the precursor to Atlanta. It's almost like Atlanta, how Houston did it, and they just brought it to their state and did it the same way.
Yep, similar. You know what I mean? Right out the trunk. In the nightclubs though too. You know what I mean?
Going to the strip clubs.
You know what I mean?
Going to the strip clubs, because down south, that's how your music got played. Mike Jones said in an interview a long time ago. He said, I was making music for the strip clubs.
What did he say? He said, back then they didn't want me.
Yeah. Now they all want me. Because he been making music.
Switcher House was Mike 5,000 watts.
5,000 watts.
Iceberg says, I must say I was very disappointed in the latest Cassidy albums, The Formula and The Science. What was he thinking? Have you guys heard those? Oh, man, horrible. Jesus, Iceberg. You're going to put me on the spot. I do several interviews with Cassidy, man. How are you going to do
Iceberg? Don't sugarcoat feelings, Iceberg. He got to put you on the spot, Mikey T.
Oh,
it's only right, man.
Have you
right.
either of those albums, Rosewood?
No.
All right. Well, maybe you're gonna have to come back on and do an official review of those albums.
No, I'm going to do it now. Yeah, but it wasn't on my radar to check to listen to them.
I
As far as Philly rappers,
uh Isaiah says Cassidy fell off in battle rap. I don't agree with that. Cassidy is way on in battle rap right now. He is the
yeah,
hottest attraction of battle rap. Am I wrong, Rosewood?
no. He's saying basically because it, they didn't the hype didn't live up or whatever like that. But
Yep.
Cassidy, he's getting his footing.
Sorry to say it, but Cassidy is a bigger attraction than Sue Surf right now in battle rap. Cassidy is the biggest attraction in battle rap right now. Is he a bigger
Yeah.
attraction than Loaded Lux right now or no? Tell me if I'm tripping. Is Cassidy
No. You onto something? Because Cassidy, for some, he brings the entertainment value. He's gonna talk slick. He's gonna promote it well.
it's gonna look
You
cool?
know, yeah. He's gonna make people debate before it even happens. People will be debating on so many blogs and all that before it even happened.
All right, so what do you think about this battle here, man? It's Cassidy and Hitman, April 4th.
Mhm.
Is this where
I'm.
Cassidy runs into his brick wall?
Is he asking that, or you asking that one?
I'm asking
You
you.
asking?
Is Hitman gonna defeat Cassidy? Is it too early to say?
It's too early to say because right now this is. I think everybody's gonna tune into this because they want to see how Cassidy progressed. That's one thing about Cassidy. Cassidy is not just gonna quit or just let the fans
Nope.
dictate what he does.
You're right.
No, he's
But
gonna sit back, analyze what the people say, critique himself, and then he's gonna come in with a new formula. So I'm waiting to see what formula Cass brings with this battle. I don't think it's going to be like any other his last battles. I think he listens to everything that people say, but he's going to critique himself and come with a new formula on how to do it.
all right.
Cass will beat Hitman probably. I still think that's too early to say.
Yeah,
April 4th.
I can't wait to see like their face off and all that they're gonna do.
Yeah.
And left because it's not on URL. I'm actually should have.
How about to ask you that? What is it on? Because
We'll
a
have
lot
to.
of the battle rappers are doing caffeine now.
Right.
So
There's a whole bunch of different avenues. I'm sure even a new battle rap league could get on by doing a series of Cassidy battles. You know what I mean? They could just jumpstart their whole company if they were to offer Cassidy $1 million or something for 5 battles.
yeah, that's the thing. You gotta have the money. Now the only problem I have with Cassidy is that okay, yes, you want your bag for battles and you can do the URLs, the caffeines and all that, but you should be battling in the city too. You should be in Battle Academy, and that should be your proving ground right there. This your city. You're going against the up and coming battlers in the city, or even people that might have went against you back in the DVD era, and you do it for the love. And then you come on caffeine, and you get your bag. But it's also promotion, and then you also show love to the city. That's how I look at it. You know,
So listen to this. Greg Wilson says, "I'm from St. Louis, and
now
Cassidy
St. Louis,
Cassidy is going to kill that man. I'm sorry. Hitman is actually from St. Louis.
right? I was about to say, ain't he from St. Louis?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
actually from St. Louis. Everybody around the United States is so amped for Cassidy's return. All the 10, 15 million fans or that he's had throughout the years.
Mm-hmm.
They're all interested to see what he's doing, like with these battles, because that's what we know him as. Like, yo, this was the battle rapper that turned rapper. You know what I mean? You would always,
Exactly.
so them to all these millions of people hearing about his return. That's why all the hype is there.
Right. It's like the street. It's like Rayford Austin when he went to the NBA. Street ball legend that went to the league. That's how Cassidy really was. It's like a street ball legend going to the league. He did the battle rap scene, went to the league, he went to the industry, and made hits.
Okay. So Fly Prolific, one of the moderators, said Cass gonna get bodied. Hitman, get in there and start performing and remixing. It's gonna be slow songs and flower bringing. LOL. The dude that's asking for outrageous amounts of money ain't even earning it. It's a known amount of bars that's worth 100K. I'm sorry. Well, yo, Prolific, bro, it's all about the sales of the battle. Like when we saw
Right.
Disaster and we saw the other battle, like there was a massive amount of people there, man. There's a massive amount of people ordering the battle. That's why I said I'm not trying to give out any free game. I'm not trying to give out any free game, but if any independent battle rap league were to try to start up, you know what I mean? You could start up by booking Cassidy for 4 or 5 battles. You know what I mean? And if you say you had the right pay-per-view
For that
deal
100K. Yeah, for that 100K.
or for a
Mm-hmm.
million. No, I'm saying for a
Oh
million.
yeah. Yeah, for a million. Whatever. Yeah.
I'm saying book him for 5 battles, a upcoming battle
Right.
league. Book him for 5 battles and you can put your division on the map, I bet you.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Like even that's why I say with Battle Academy, anybody that battles in Philadelphia is on Battle Academy. Anybody. So that's like Vodka. They brought him out or whatever to battle. And he battled Shotgun Shug. And like I was reading the comments, I'll take in the comments, they didn't understand Vodka wasn't a battle rapper, he's a rapper. And he does have great freestyles. So for him to step in, it's good.
Interesting here. God Soldier says Goods killed Cassidy. Fly Prolific says Cassidy
Yeah,
beat Goods. What was your take on that, Rosewood? Did you see it?
yeah, definitely. We was everybody was tuned in.
Uh,
Like I said, the entertainment factor was out there. We was waiting. Was it kind of undersold when they did it? Kinda, but it was 2-1 goods. 2-1 goods.
all
Two
good.
one.
You know, Fast Eddie said, "Yo, did you watch Dead Presidents?" Yes, I watched Dead Presidents. It was all right. I definitely liked Lorenz Tate in the movie. He did his thing 100%, man. So it was definitely a good movie.
Classic.
Only thing is, I thought it would be more bank robbing than them actually going into the army. You know what I mean? And then the
Right.
army affecting their life in that. I was really surprised to see Chris Tucker in it as well. He did an amazing job, man. That was great to
Yeah.
see Chris Tucker.
Yeah.
Now I see where
Yeah.
all them clips of Chris Tucker actually acting come from. You know what I mean? So that movie
Mm-hmm.
was great, man. But kind of like I didn't like some of the things like him flipping out on his baby mama and shit like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I thought he was really jumping the gun on some of that shit. Like I thought he'd be like, "Yo, settle down, Lorenz Tate." And
Yeah.
then I didn't like
Yeah.
how the ending of the movie was really the heist. And then they blew it. They blew it, man.
Right.
But
Yeah. Yeah.
one line that
Yeah.
stuck out with me was when he was like, "I can't leave her here. I can't leave her here, man." And then
Right.
the dude goes, "You don't have to worry about leaving her, man. She's already gone. She's gone.
Gone.
You don't have to worry
Yeah.
about leaving her. She's gone."
Gone, bro. Like she gone, bro.
She's
Like,
gone.
come on, man.
She's
You right, Mikey T. I agree.
Yeah, I wish there was more bank robbing in it, but I guess they were going for the unmarked cash. It seemed like a lot. How about that dude who was cutting? He was, the dude was like, "I've taken this for a souvenir."
Yeah, Bikini Woodbine. My homies in my hood say he the worst actor of all time.
Prolific. Though both of those battles were all right, man. Jag actually proved to me he could go. I was trying to get an interview together with Jag. We're gonna have to figure out how that's gonna get together, if it's ever gonna get together. So, anyways, before we broke into that conversation of movies, we were actually talking about Goods versus Cassidy. You were saying it was a 2-1 situation.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, I felt like Cassidy had a really strong first verse, but
Mm-hmm.
Goods had a really strong first verse as well. But Goods had
Mm-hmm.
a really great second and third verses.
And that's how he won. So that's what I was saying. It's like Goods knew the battle strategy. That's why I said the battle with Cassidy coming up April 4th.
Yep.
We're waiting to see with Cassidy how he's going to adapt. Because he's going to adapt. He's going to see what he did wrong and how the people want it and what they want him to do. When he's going to come with a whole new formula. That's why, like, people are definitely going to be in. And like you said, Cassidy is going. You can pay him that money. He can ask for that amount of money because he's going to bring the entertainment value. He's
All right.
going to want people to tune in.
So what about his following battle when he battled Arsenal? What do you think that they brought Arsenal up to the next one on the plate?
It was just to keep Cass buzz going in the battle arena. So it was no layoff. It was like, all right, you can do this or have a layoff. No, fuck it, I'll take on Arsenal. It is what it is.
Money is money.
I think that, yeah, is money is money.
Did you actually watch that one?
Yeah, I watched that one too. That joint was undersold too.
They said Cass lost to Arsenal. Arsenal grabbed Cass and Cass didn't do nothing. Not saying he should have done anything. Did Cassidy lose to Arsenal, Rosewood? Keep it 100.
No, he did. He did. But Arsenal really didn't. Cassidy didn't win in Arsenal. Huh?
He lost?
You saying did Cassidy lose?
Yeah.
I don't think Cassidy won.
Damn.
But it wasn't a good It wasn't a good battle. That joint was trash. The overall battle was trash.
Why?
Overall battle was trash.
Arsenal usually puts on a good battle.
Yeah, but the one with him and Cassidy, the face off was better than the battle.
That's crazy because Arsenal got onto the Breakfast Club based on his battle with Cassidy. So it's kind of dumbfounding to me that he would blow his biggest battle. That had to be his biggest battle because before that he faced who was it? Drugs? Hold on. 1 second.
You have to pull that one up. But you could say that's kind of his biggest battle because Cassidy is that one that everybody wants to battle. People been wanting to battle Cassidy when he made Hotel.
Right.
People been wanting to battle him since the Freeway battle. So I would have thought Arsenal would have been like, no, this is my time to get on him. Punchline King.
Well, why not do a battle like Murder Mook versus Cassidy? Something that would be a draw a little bit better than Arsenal versus Cassidy.
Maybe they couldn't get Murder Mook or something like that. Who knows what the politics was.
Yep.
Like I said, that's probably Arsenal's only person that was kind of that was relevant that they could put up there that could do it at maybe short notice. Who knows other people's things they had going on.
Hold on 1 second.
When it popped up though, I'm like, oh, all right, Cassidy, he's really going in on this. He's planning to really be a staple in battle rap.
Cassidy's really planning on being a staple in battle rap again.
Mm-hmm.
Why not? He's making the biggest money in battle rap.
Why not? He already has industry connects. Doesn't need that. You don't need any connects. It's really for the love of hip hop.
Yo, everyone everyone in the chat, I want to know who did Cassidy battle at the Houston Barcode? No. Who did Arsenal battle at the Houston Barcode in 2018? I want to say maybe it was 2019. Oh shit! The double impact card is out, Husky. You're gonna have to tell me what's on that card, man.
Who's on there?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Gilly was on the stage in that battle as well.
yeah.
But they're saying that Gilly left the stage in that battle.
I mean, okay.
Cassidy versus Lupe Fiasco. You got to go check out my interview with Uncasa, Brian Hudson. Actually, Uncasa battled Lupe Fiasco.
He did. Yeah, I seen that on the interview.
Yeah, but that was more of a guy on the come up, a guy on the come up battling a rapper who had kind of made it already.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Which sometimes we see that happening. The guy who's made it a little bit will try to sharpen his skills against somebody who's on the rise. So let me ask you, man. So I had an interview. Do you know much about Uncasa?
Yeah, I Purple City Bird Gang. That's one of my that's a banger of mine. I still play that song to this day. And Casa go hard on that joint.
Yeah, no.
With him and Jim Jones.
Uncasa is a real one, y'all. Anybody wants to support Uncasa? Uncasa has a new album out right now, you guys. It's called Vanilla Sky 3. Everybody that wants to support Uncasa, you can purchase that album directly from him. It's $20. You can hit his Cash App. I'm gonna post his link right now so everybody can hit him up and do that. You know what I'm saying? It's a direct sale, a direct buy from Uncasa. $20 on Cash App. You guys support Uncasa. He's still putting out dope ass material.
I thought Dipset was really going. I thought Dipset was really going to get behind them and push them more. I wish they would have, because I really was banging with Uncasa. I forgot his partner name.
Well, I mean, it's like Cameron put Uncasa on the album, on the title on the intro. You know what I mean? He took 40 Cal. He put 40 Cal on the album on a track called 40 Cal. You know what I mean?
Mm.
It would lead you to believe that he wanted to do more for them.
That's why I was saying that I thought it was going to be, almost like a subgroup of Dipset. Like I thought that's what it's going. Like Purple City is going to be a subgroup of Dipset.
Guys, let me know after you hit Uncasa's Cash App. It's the Cash App right there. It's XORI Bear. Hit his Cash App, $20, and he will send you his new album. It's Vanilla Sky. It's actually Vanilla Sky 3. If you guys want to show some love and purchase Uncasa's new album, y'all can check that joint out right there. I'm actually going to release the Uncasa interview in full. With him speaking on Max B. Basically, he spoke on the whole run-in that Joel Santana had with Max B. He spoke on his early days with Stack Bundles, saying that him and Stack Bundles actually had the same association in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
Fast Eddie says, Fast Eddie, yo, if you mess with Uncasa, tap in and get the album. Isaiah said he's going to show the big homie some love. That's what's up, Isaiah. Go cop that Uncasa album. Let me know what you think about it, man. It would be cool to do an interview with Shooter 93. he followed me years ago on Twitter, you know what I mean? But Shooter's kind of like a personal guy, you know what I mean? He kind of keeps to himself. He's not all about the interviews. I respect that about Shooter, you know what I mean? I liked when Shooter was a member of Bird Gang. Like you were saying, Dipset had all those subdivisions like Purple City, 730, Skull Gang. You know what I mean? What did I miss one?
No, I think that's what it was. Purple Cities, yeah, Skull Gang, you had Bird Gang.
All them different divisions, man. I don't understand why Cameron couldn't keep it together and did you know what I mean, like a Diplomats, the Family Comes Together album.
Well, I might not be correct, but I do think Jim Jones was playing a major part in those subgroups. So it's more like Jim Jones has to really manage these subgroups, and I don't think he can. Yeah, I don't think he can really do it because there's no way you have Max B and Stack Bundles, and you're not making hits on
Yep.
top of hits, and they have hits on top of hits.
You got Freaky Zeke over there with Sen City, and then you got
Sin City.
Yep. And then you got Jewels doing a project with Lil Wayne. You know what I mean?
Dang.
Skull Gang
Yeah,
should have been an MMG if he's doing, an association with Young Money. You know what I mean?
yes.
So then he
And
could have
that mixtape was so big. That mixtape was so big we couldn't wait for the album. 'Cause when the album never came, that shit was so much a disappointment. Because the mixtape was so big. And then we like, oh, we're gonna be having like Wayne doing more stuff with New York artists and
that
more
was
Dipset stuff with Wayne.
what was Jewels' big single?
Is it Clockwork?
Clockwork. Clockwork was definitely one of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really felt like from his second album, I felt like the album with Lil Wayne was really going to prepare him for his third album. You know what I mean? I really felt like that was going to, because he was on his way to being, what Lil Wayne was going to be as well. Different than
Exactly.
Wayne, because, Wayne got on by doing all those features. You know what I mean? Wayne put himself in every different demographic to show that he could swim with anybody. Jewels was a little
Anybody.
bit different. You know what I mean? Jewels was a little bit different. Jewels was maybe a little bit cooler, a little bit more subdued. But, and sometimes that doesn't work out for an artist when he just thinks he's the coolest shit.
But when he was with Wayne, I think they complemented each other well. I think they both were that cool. Like, oh, we both are rock stars. And that's how they looked at themselves. If you remember, if anybody remembers at that time, that's when it was like the Ed Hardy stuff and the rock and roll type of clothes
What you're
like
saying.
that.
I see what you're saying. Joel Santana and Lil Wayne complemented each other almost to a degree, the way that Max B and French Montana complemented each other.
Exactly.
Yep.
That mac and cheese type of cohesion.
Yep, they really had it. But Lil Wayne just skyrocketed. You know what I mean? To level. Max B didn't have the opportunity to skyrocket because he went to jail. So we can't really assess that too much. Who knows? Maybe something similar would have happened. You know what I mean?
But before he went to jail, he got into it with Jim Jones or whatever, the money issues or whatever like that. And then, him not getting properly paid for balling. That was
I
the
don't
whole
know
thing.
about that, man. I don't know what money issues Max B could have had with Jim Jones. I think the man gave him
Balling.
$250,000 a couple times. I don't know what issues he could really have with Jim Jones, just to keep it a buck.
It was something that started it. And
Yeah,
I thought it had to do with balling.
You're right, though, because Ballin went on to sell probably 5 million copies, be used in movies. You know what I'm saying? All types of movies.
So, like you said, that money you gave him, it was like, all right, take this, but I made 10 million off of it.
Yo, Isaiah, if you send Uncasa $20 put for the Vanilla Sky album, and then he's going to actually send it to you personally. He's going to send you his album. Anybody right now that Cash Apps Uncasa, this is Uncasa's Cash App, you guys. Whoever Cash Apps Uncasa is going to $20 is going to get the Vanilla Sky album.
Now, can I ask you a question, Mikey T, real
Yeah,
quick?
yeah, I'm gonna see if I can. Yeah, ask your question. I'm gonna see if I can get Uncasa in here.
How once you buy it, how do you get it? Do you send it to your email?
Yeah,
How do you get the album?
It'll probably go right through to the email.
Okay.
Damn, I hope I'm not calling Uncasa way too late. He's probably like, yo, you're tripping, Mikey. You're calling me this late.
For some reason, I always think rappers are always up.
Yeah, no.
I always think rappers are always up.
Yeah, you would always think that. You would always think that. You know what I mean?
And right now in the pandemic, everybody's up. Everybody's up.
Hopefully. All right, I'm sending it to him right now. But
hopefully you can tap in. Shout out to Uncasa.
But yeah,
definitely a major fan of him.
It's an easy thing, Rosewood. You know, a lot of artists are selling their music directly nowadays. It's just as easy as sending somebody a file so you can download it right on your phone. You know what I mean?
Right. It's almost like the 2021 equivalent to selling albums out your trunk. Instead of coming with your trunk, you're right on the internet with it.
I see that China Mac is doing it now. They mentioned in here Shooting 3, he's doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Uncasa's doing it. He's selling the album directly. So, you know, when you get an album directly to your phone, Rosewood, what do you do with it? How do you know what I mean? You're the consumer. I'm talking to you as the consumer. What do you do with the album once you get it on your phone? Do you need to put it anywhere else? Do you put it on your computer? Do you duplicate it onto a CD anymore? What do you do with the music?
Well, yeah, I'm going to definitely put it on a computer so it can be saved or whatever, you know. And I have it on my phone. I'm going to listen to it. I'm going to listen to the album. And then the songs that I like, I'll keep those on my phone. And, you know, the rest of the album I'll keep on the computer. You know, it might be a song I'll go back and listen to, Uncut Gem. I'm like, dang, how I miss this song? And then I'll put that on the phone too. Yep. But it's going on a computer and, you know, phone.
But yeah, so that's what he was basically asking. Basically, the music gets sent right to you in an email, and you're able to simply download it, which I know you can download music right to your phone, people who have hired gigs to your phone. But obviously, I think I would download it to my computer. But it's actually easier to download it right to your phone because it's kind of harder to take it from your computer and put it right onto your phone, wouldn't you say?
No, not really. Only thing you need is a micro SD. You get your micro SD card goes into the card reader. Put it right in there. Take the file. Put it right in the card reader file. Now it's on your phone.
Husky Andy, I appreciate the $4.99 super chat. You are the man. He said, yo, Mikey T, what about Rod Diggs? Free him. They did him dirty. No great lawyers would Waka Flocka, and that paperwork real on Max B and Pooh Sims put out. That Max B and Pooh Sims shit is kind of old, and now a lot of people are actually running with it. And Pooh Sims is really trying to go in on Max B when it seems like he's allegedly going to be released this year, which I'm not too sure about that. I really haven't heard much about his sentence getting reduced from 20 years to 12 years. I haven't heard too much about that other than, I guess, a Max B lyric that addressed it. Now, as far as Rod Diggs, I don't know much about the association with him and Waka Flocka other than that they did appear in a video together at one point or something like that. They Waka Flocka was tight with Uncle Murda and shit like that. But you got to understand, man, Waka Flocka probably couldn't put up millions of dollars for the defense of Rod Diggs. You know, Waka Flocka wasn't the biggest artist back then. His first album came out and sold like 40,000 copies. His second album sold like 25,000 copies first week with a Drake single. Remember that record? Shorty, make that ass clap.
Mhm.
That shit
Mhm.
sold like 25,000 first week, triple F life. Um, but yeah, that's my thoughts on that, Brian Hudson. I definitely appreciate you sending in the super chat. I'm gonna let Rosewood address either of those topics if he wants to. But everyone else that wants to support the channel, if you guys want to support the channel, the best way is through Cash App, Mikey T Movie. If you guys want to support the channel, definitely appreciate everybody in here showing love. You know what I'm saying? I've got it pinned in the chat right now, you guys. Uncasa's album Vanilla Sky is available on purchase from directly from him. It's $20. Cash App Uncasa right now if you want to show him some support and purchase the album. You know what I mean? And get some Uncasa music. You know, like support the artist, man. I know there's a lot of Uncasa fans in here. I mean, the interview actually did it had a great response. So I know there's a lot of Uncasa fans in here. I will have him back on to directly, you know what I mean, tell you guys how to get the album. But obviously, when you send the money to Uncasa, include your email address so he can send you the album. Let me get that back up here. So when you send $20 to Uncasa's Cash App, make sure you include your email address. Let's show Uncasa that we can support him as an artist, you guys. Salute Uncasa, man, for, you know what I mean, continuously giving the people music. You know what I'm saying? We don't really go to the stores and buy music anymore, Rosewood. We pretty much buy it off of our phones this day and age.
Yep, that's how it goes. And pretty much it's off a phone. And before the pandemic, shows. Like if Picasso dropped his album, if he did like a little tour, if he came to Philly to TLA, he's gonna get a good reception there. And then, you're gonna buy the album, you're gonna tune in, his merch and all that. I wish everything wasn't all shut down, man. Because artists like him, like I love to see them perform. There's certain artists that you mess with them even more when you see their performance.
Yep. That's facts, man. I'll tell you that, man. When I was working with Domination back in the day, um,
Shout
those
out Domination.
yep, free Domination. The first time I ever saw Domination perform, I was like amazed, man. I was like, wow, this guy, he like totally shocked me, man, because I never
Mhm.
saw Domination perform before. But when he got on the stage and performed, I saw a whole nother side to him, man. And I was extremely impressed with his performance. You know, he's got some good music too, good bars, you know what I mean? Good delivery.
Yeah, he does. He does. When they were with Smurf,
Bro, what you know
was
about Domination, Rosewood?
listen, I'm gonna tell you, right?
All right.
I first heard about Bangle Smurf, right? And then I thought Domination was like Bangle Smurf's group. I didn't know he was an artist at first. I'm like, oh, this boy about to come at 50. I'm like, oh, he got a whole Southside group with him. But then I think Smurf got booked and Domination came out with that interview. And I'm like, oh, that's the other boy that's rapping on the disc. Because they put out 250 Cent discs. And P Cutter. Shout out to P Cutter, DJ P Cutter. He stayed with all the diss tracks. So whoever had a diss track, P Cutter had it. Shout out DJ P Cutter.
P Cutter was in Philly heavy, wasn't he?
Oh yeah, shout out P Cutter. He had
Man,
every diss track. Like,
Cutter. I ran into P Cutter at Onyx selling the CDs, man. That dude is a real one. Major salute to P Cutter, man.
with the P Cutter. He kept. That's why I say he kept, and that's how I heard about Bangle Smurf through P Cutter.
Right.
Listen to the greats, and I'm like, oh shit! I was like, I heard about the bull Smurf. I'm reading double XL source stuff like that. Reading online blogs at the time. It was nobody talking. You had to read. on the computer. What's going on? And
Yeah.
then I hear the track or whatever, and I'm like, I remember like the beat is crazy. I remember the 2 diss tracks they had coming at 50 Cent, and
Well,
I was like,
they did a record over What's Beef. You know what I mean? The Biggie joint, What's Beef.
yeah,
Let me think. What else did
that
they
was
have?
a piece kind of.
What they have? You'll lose. I don't think you're talking about You'll Lose though. You
The one,
will lose. You'll
no,
lose.
yeah, no, I remember that song, but the one over the West Beef one, that's a banger. I don't know if people even can find that on YouTube to this day.
Smurf was like a genius, man. Smurf was doing he was doing deals with blunt wraps that would sell in the local stores. He was doing deals with rim companies. You know what I mean? He was really
Hmm.
a lot of shit, man. What do you think about that? An artist doing do you think that's a good deal for an artist to do? Rim companies? Have you heard too much about shit like that?
You say rims as tires?
Yeah, like they had the GF rims.
Yeah, yeah. Because I mean, every rapper has cars and all that, and you hear even like Master P talk about the shiny rims and all that, you know. So, or even going back to BBSs, like gold BBSs, or go back to gold Dayton's. Rims are a state. Go back to spinners.
So
Rims are.
G Unit G Unit never had rims though.
The 50 said it, or he probably put it in a video or something, but they didn't have an actual rim.
Damn, can you imagine if Smurf was at G Unit still and they had created like a line of G Unit rims, like a spinner rim, like you were just saying?
It would have blew. I like 50 kicking them off the tour and them beefing. That was that was that's some Jones I wish that don't happen. Like, come on, man. Like, lead a man on tour, let him get his money, and y'all do great things. I could do better staying together than going apart.
You think he would have created that idea though, had he still remained with G Unit? Would he have created G Unit? Would he have told 50 we got to do G Unit rims?
Yeah, because I watched a few Smurf interviews, and he was bringing a lot of ideas. He was bringing a lot of business ideas to 50. Some 50 would shoot down, some 50 would like, no, that's it. But he was
So, all right.
always on the business.
So yeah, all right. So maybe he shoots down the domination idea for a domination solo album, but maybe he
Mhm.
doesn't shoot down the idea for a a G Unit rim. You know what I mean?
Right.
You keep on,
Or a butt right.
huh?
Or
Or
a G in the butt right.
you got to keep
Yeah,
coming
exactly.
with different ideas. You can't just flip out if somebody turns down one of your ideas. How do you think? And we're totally getting hypothetical on this. How do you
Hmm.
think could domination have ever worked within G Unit? Would it have had to been a solo situation? Would it have had to be it would have had to been a solo deal? Would it have worked as part of the G Unit group? What do you think?
I don't think he would have fit in the G in the group. He would have basically just been under, like, if Smurf had his own sector, he would have been the first artist under Smurf sector.
Yeah. Well,
Look at it like that.
50 told him put a G Unit logo on that domination album.
Right. He told him that. Told him that. He should have.
He should have.
He should have. Should have.
He should have been an honor.
Yes, he should have. Yes.
What's wrong with that?
Pride and bravado. Pride and bravado getting in the way, Mikey T. You
That's
said
like
it. Pride and bravado.
That's like Rick Ross. Tell me if I'm wrong. That's like Rick Ross calling Meek Mill and saying, "Yo, put the MMG logo, put the MMG logo on O'Malley's project. Make sure the MMG
Mm-hmm.
logo's on that shit."
Mm-hmm. No, you're right. And what are you gonna do? So I'm put on Melly's fucking project.
Yeah, man.
It's a good look.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. You know what I mean? That was stamping domination as G Unit, and you're not going to do that. I know you don't.
That's plausible.
You don't
Cross
understand.
branding.
You
That's
know.
cross branding. Cross branding.
All right, yo, Iceberg, prolific. I know you guys are from New York, but what do you guys think about that, man? If you're still in the chat, like honestly,
Yeah,
like
I would
domination,
like to hear that.
domination didn't want to put the G Unit logo on his project. Like that doesn't even make any sense.
Doesn't
Yeah, it doesn't even make any sense, man. So Jesus, yeah, that was
nobody that
huh?
was it was weird. It was weird because G Unit had the momentum. If somebody has the momentum at the time,
And they're giving
right?
the chance.
Why wouldn't you take that chance? You don't have to be cool or anything with anybody. It's about business now. And it's about your image and you pushing your image. Yeah, I definitely wish Smurf and 50 could have worked more together. And I think he said he was defending basically whenever it happened, when they got into the fight and 50 kicked him off the tour, he said he was defending Buck. You know, he said he was defending Young Buck.
No, he was chilling with Young Buck.
Yeah, but he said Young Buck got on the.
He was chilling with Young Buck, rolling up a blunt, and then
Mm-hmm,
there was three people. There was two people outside, Marcus and this other
mm-hmm.
arguing about a jersey. So this man,
Crazy.
Smurf, is actually chilling with Young Buck,
Yeah, they
right?
chilling,
They're
smoking.
chilling with Young Buck, and he actually goes outside to involve himself in a whole other situation. That makes absolutely no sense to me.
That one, yeah, I said that when he actually said the story, I said, why did you do that? I'm like, fuck Marcus and the guy in that jersey. You don't have to deal with none of that.
Yeah, like you are in there with the superstar of the group, rubbing shoulders, collecting game, and you're worried about some bullshit with some meaningless people.
And I look at it more like he was giving Buck game. I would wait the way he I might be wrong, but I was looking at it like Young Buck looked up the Smurf, or like looked up Smurf as like a brother,
Either
like a
way,
big.
you're there sitting there with one of the main attractions from the tour, and you're gonna
Right, right,
and you're gonna
right.
and you're gonna get yourself involved in some bullshit that just like who was he trying to make Buck think he was cool by going out there and beating somebody up?
No, no, I didn't think that. I think it was just him being him. I think that was him being him.
Okay,
You
because
know, like
does that make him look cool to Buck?
nah, I don't think it was even a cool thing or him trying to be cool. I think that's just him.
Yeah.
Like, it's some people like this. When the drama pop off, I'm in it. And when he was in the talking about the video, when he was talking about the situation in the interview, the guy that was arguing about the jersey, the manager guy or whatever, like that, he said they've been wanting to whoop his ass.
Yep.
So
Which is
it was already brewing.
you're
So
on tour with G Unit. You're telling me you want to whoop someone's ass. But yo, Rosewood, last question of the night, man. I'm gonna ask you. Brian Hudson says Banks, the Ross G Unit member. Who was your favorite member of G Unit?
besides 50 Cent, he's saying
I guess so.
it had to be Banks.
Thank
Gotta be Banks.
you.
Mm-hmm.
Banks, Ross member of G Unit. Me personally, I guess I'm gonna have to go with MOP. MOP. Yeah, I mess with MOP heavy.
I messed with MOP heavy, but I wasn't thinking about G and the MOP.
Right, but MOP, they didn't get their proper shine on G Unit,
Right,
Rockefeller.
right.
You know what I mean? They didn't really get
Right.
to.
I don't know why. I don't know why. I thought they was gonna fit perfectly with G Unit.
Personally, I thought their music with 50 probably was their most strong. Actually, I mean, no, you can't say that because would they have the Cold as Ice, Annie Up, I
Mm-hmm.
think that couldn't have been with Rockefeller, man. I,
That
I,
was before. That
yeah,
was before Rock.
Jay Z
You
wouldn't
had to.
miss that, man, would he?
No, no. Annie Up was one of the biggest songs in the world. They turned it into a rock song. That's how you know it's that big. If they turn your rap song into a rock song, it's one of the biggest songs. I think that's how they got the. That's how they actually were able to get those deals because
Yeah,
of that.
that was released in 2000, and let's see, let's see. Trying to find out when. Can anyone in the chat tell me when MOP signed to Rockefeller? But yeah, you're right. You're right. That record released in 2000. It was one of the reasons that they were able to secure those deals. Actually, you're 100%
Mhm.
right. Yeah, no, my favorite member of the G Unit, core G Unit, is Yayo though. King Smog says Yayo was too fresh out the joint. Brian Hudson says Banks murdered the mixtape circuit. All right, Banks, tell me what was your top 3 Lloyd Banks mixtapes? Rashawn says you got to remember pride gets in the way sometimes. Yeah, it got in the way of millions, but Smurf actually no, we'll have to save that for another story. Remember Cassius? Yeah, I remember Cassius, man. It just didn't it didn't make sense that Cassius Push got shut down after he was actually so heavily featured on the re-up in 2006. He was featured on the lead single "You Don't Know" with Banks, Eminem, and 50 in that big music video. It didn't make sense how Cassius didn't take off.
But it was a few people that was on the re-up that people thought were going to take off after that, and they just didn't. And I think 50 and M they basically went another way. I think they had other projects that they wanted to work on, and they just scrapped that.
Did Cassius connect whatsoever in Philly, or were people not really looking too much past 50 and Eminem on you don't know?
No, it's just 50 and is you really gotta to be known to be heard in Philly to be heard and then accepted in Philadelphia as a rapper. You really have to put in some real work. How Banks put in work.
Man, I honestly think that 50 and Eminem missed their window on making that their collaboration album. I did a review with one of my co-hosts, RPH from New Haven. I think they missed a big opportunity just to make the re-up, the collaboration album that everyone wanted from 50 Cent and Eminem.
They did because we thought it was going to be basically the 50 M that we know that produced the Dr. Dre and Eminem production and the Hitman production.
Well, they marketed it like it was going to be the best from Shady Records and the best from G Unit. I think they should have marketed it straight up as 50 Cent meets Eminem. I think
Right.
they
Yeah.
uh, did I already tell you this? What they were planning on, all the speculation of the rumors of what 50 Cent and Eminem's album was going to be. Does anyone in the chat remember what they were going to call 50 Cent and Eminem's album?
I don't remember that. I
Very,
don't
very,
remember.
very bland title. They were going to call it Black and White.
I think I remember him saying. I probably laughed at it, and it was like it was. I probably thought it was a joke.
Yeah, they're like, that's a little bit too much. I think the re-up would have been more appropriate for their duet album.
It should have been, and that's kind of weird that they wouldn't capitalize on a 50 Cent Eminem collabo album earlier.
Well,
And
like I
then,
said before, in 2006, the game was like destroying G Unit, right? So I feel like if Eminem and 50 Cent would have come together to release their duet album, it would have put all of that shit to bed. And they would have been like, yo, game, sorry, nobody cares about your diss tracks on the underground circuit. We got an Eminem and 50 Cent duet album to buy.
right, and I do believe Benzino and Eminem was going at it at that time too.
King
So
Smog says Eminem was very much at the height of his addiction around 2006. Maybe that played a role in Cassius not getting his shine. Wasn't there a G Unit West with Cassius, Spider Loc, and Game? No, G Unit West. Sorry, G Unit West never really got the opportunity to get
right,
started because
right,
of the Game starting to diss everybody. That's what made
right.
50 Cent actually lose interest in endorsing so much of his artists. So then G Unit South was given to Shawty Low, if you guys don't remember. Um,
Yeah,
G Unit West,
facts.
G Unit West was canceled. You know what I mean? G Unit West was canceled, you guys. So the Game burning the bridge with 50 Cent really stopped 50 having a lot of trust with the
And
artist
other artists.
label.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
That's what he did.
I think King Smog is right that Eminem's addiction at this point could have played a part in him not being there to promote it as an official album. Do you think that could, like, maybe his addiction was getting to a bad point, so he couldn't be there to promote it as a full Eminem 50 Cent album or something like that?
I don't think that's it. I don't think that's it. Because rappers be on drugs all the time and make banging albums.
So they just missed the boat, Rosewood. They just missed the boat.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because like you're saying, that album, a lot of people expected, the people like Stat Quo, the people like Bobby Creekwater, the people like Cassius to take off on Shady. They expected Lloyd Banks to be back. They expected Young Buck to be back. You know what I mean? On G Unit after that album. And it
Was
could have
Kid
done,
Kid on that album?
huh?
Was Kid on there?
Oh, no, no, no. That album was in 2006, bro.
Okay, okay. I'll check.
I want to say that was right around the time that uh let me see.
Well, no, I didn't mean to say Kid Kid. I meant to say Obi Trice. Was Obi Trice on there?
Yes, Obi Trice was on the album. Yeah, no, Kid appeared on Mrs. Officer a few years later. Yep.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say Kid Kid. I meant to say Obi Trice.
Right.
I'm gonna say it was Obi Trice on the album.
So like I don't know, man. I feel like they should have properly done it. You know, if they would have done it as 50 Cent meets Eminem or Eminem meets 50 Cent, the re-up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It would have really given all the other artists more of a chance to flourish. Now the album sold 300,000, 300, not
Mm-hmm.
310,000 copies in a week. But I mean,
Mm-hmm.
shit, if they would have done Eminem meets 50 Cent, it probably would have done triple that.
Exactly. Definitely would have. Definitely would have. Because everybody's going off Eminem 50 Cent's album. And then you basically feature those artists from G Unit and Shady with 50 Cent and Eminem.
Yep.
They're featured with them.
Yep. You see right here, Brian saying about the time Cassius came through, nobody was checking for Shady. That's why they should have done something more strong like this with Eminem and
Right.
50 album. And let's be honest, this wasn't even too far removed. This was after 50 Cent's second album in 2005. You know what I'm saying? March 2005, 50 Cent's second album that sold 1.1 in a week. So
Right.
50 this would have been before 50 Cent's third album. He could have got out the Eminem album. Shit, maybe it would have sold 1 million in a week.
It possibly could have.
You know?
Possibly could have.
And then it would
Possibly could have.
and then it would have relaunched Shady. But more important, I guess from what they're saying that Shady had lost interest, but I think it was more importantly going to relaunch G Unit that the Game had destroyed.
Yes. Yes. That was basically all right. That happened. Now we can start anew. We can start anew. And we can start putting out quality projects. You know, and then that's when the subliminals come in. That's when we can say all the subliminals we want. Not gonna say his name to give him fame, but we're going to dish you.
He's going to
And
know
then
he's out too. He's going to know he's
yeah,
out.
and people gonna know they're talking about him.
You
Oh
think
shit, you heard what he said about
you think Dre shut that down? You think Dre said no?
Mm.
You think Dre shut that down? Like, no, M, you're not gonna discredit my artist, bro. He said, M, that's discrediting my artist. Like, come on. And then Eminem's
But
like,
was
Dre, I respect you 100%. I would never want to discredit you in any way. Simple as that.
but was but was Game ever Dr. Dre's artist?
Yes, yes, man. Yes.
Actually his artist?
Direct. Direct.
Okay, now
Friend.
I never thought about that,
Friend.
but it could be a possibility because Dre doesn't like friction. He
Yeah,
doesn't like friction.
that's why they say Dre stepped back. Like Dre was fully salute Cartagena Juke for tapping in as well. Dre was fully in tune with with all the game and 50's project.
Was.
When they started beefing, you know what it reminded him of? It reminded
Yep.
him of the Death
NWA.
Row. And then he
Yeah.
stepped,
Oh, the Devil. Yeah. Yep.
he's like,
Yep. He said it
yo,
before.
we're here doing major sales with Snoop. We're here doing major sales with M. We're here doing major sales with 50, with Game, and now you guys want to fuck all that up? Like, nah,
And
man.
we doing movies. And we doing movies. And we doing movies.
You just ruined your movie. You just ruined your movie. I hope you know you just ruined your movie. Oh, well, Dre, your movie has a part where the group breaks up in it too. You know what I mean? All right, so get back
Nah.
together. Get back together and shake hands on it. So they did. They did the conference.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And they still didn't want to get back together.
It was still that bravado and pride. It's like, come on, man. We can have some real classic music, some real classic hip hop. Like you said, people let's put shit to the side
Yo,
or learn from the Death Row experience.
I think we might have hit the nail on the head right there. Though with Eminem having a respect for Dre to where he would not involve himself in Eminem in 50 Cent versus Game.
Yeah.
Husky Andy says it would have did, and he's referring to the 50 Cent and Eminem album. It would have did more sales than GTA. Grand Theft Auto, the video game.
It would have did sales. Yes. It would have did sales. It would have did sales.
He said, yo, Mikey T, what about the Griselda boys signed to Shady? I heard a collabo album with Conway. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know how a full album with Eminem and Conway would sound. Is that something you'd be
that doesn't really Eminem Conway album. I don't know if you're gonna give me. I don't know if I can do 10 or more tracks of just Eminem and Conway. I don't know. That doesn't seem like a good cohesion.
Now, you see, when we're talking about this 50 Cent and Eminem album, obviously we're talking about three main singles with 50 and M, but a lot of the other album would have featured the Shady Records artist, the
G artist.
but you would have had your three major singles to shoot music videos.
Right.
The first two singles, 50 and M, but then the third single, they already had it ready. You don't know. And then it could have had Banks and Cassius on it. Simple as that.
Yep.
Three singles right there. They already had it, but they kind of wanted to cheap out. And just you don't know. They wanted to call it a mixtape. They wanted to throw a Obi Trice remix with everybody rapping on Obi Trice's song on there. They wanted
that was a screw up.
They wanted to have Obi Trice remix an Eminem song just because they own the beat, and kind of like mixtape format,
They definitely kind of dropped the ball with that. I never really, sat back and looked at it at that perspective. But at that time, they really could have did a lot more. And I don't know where their focus was at or their strategy or what their blueprint was on how to capitalize. But just how you're saying, like, okay, you got the first three singles in the bag. All right, this 50 Cent Eminem album, You know you got 3 singles, right? And like you said, it could be 50 Cent Eminem. The second one could be 50 Cent Eminem and say Banks or whatever, say they had a banger, or third one can be, you know, 50 Elman now somebody else, like Cassius or whatever on the song, you know, the third person, and it's going to be received. It's going to be received. So I believe they definitely dropped the ball on that. Whoever was doing marketing, they should definitely, marketing promotions should definitely be fired, because they should have been like, nah, you got to come with a 50 album featuring Shady and Unit. You
Yeah.
know, that could even be the title under it. Whatever it's going to be, 50 versus Elm featuring Shady and G Unit.
Yeah, it would have been like Eminem and 50, G Unit and Shady. You know what I mean? Simple as that. That would have sold it. A full
Yep.
album, because they went halfway with it and they still sold 300,000 units, man. But
Right. They went halfway, so 300,000.
so I want to say though, my man, that because of the fact that they didn't go all the way with the album, that jeopardized their future. Like as we said, we didn't see more from each of those artists. We're like, oh,
Yes, you're right.
that's what they're gonna give us in December. They're gonna give us a half. They're gonna give us a mixtape, then turn it into an album, and still keep it themed like the mixtape in
In the
December.
fourth quarter.
In the
In
fourth
the fourth
quarter,
quarter.
they were really shitting. They were really shitting, right? Weren't they?
Yeah, that's what I said. It doesn't make any sense. Like I said, you're gonna give us that in the fourth quarter. Whose log? Who was? Whose logic was that? Whose logic was that? Whose
That
logic was that?
that could have been the hottest Christmas gift. 50 Cent and Eminem coming together for an album. That could have been the hottest Christmas gift.
And then you go into New Year's with those bangers. So on New Year's Eve, everybody's playing your album. The next year comes in, they're still playing your album, and then you can do whatever, branch off.
Yep.
It's
I'm
whose
surprised Eminem.
logic was that?
I'm surprised Eminem didn't think about that as a businessman, to be honest with you.
Like, that's what I said. I don't know who was, if they really came and sat down, or they had their people talk with each other, like Rosenberg talks with somebody or whatever like that. Paul Rosenberg talks with somebody from Gene, like wasn't Shire Money, whoever the manager over there. But I don't know how it went, because now that you break it down like that, that you could have a 50 Cent Eminem album instead of just this re-up project that we don't know if a mixtape or album. And then even like with the cover art looked like it was just, nah,
And
oh,
don't
that looks good. Put that on there.
they can't do it now the same way they could have done it in 2006. They can't. And
It's not going to be the same. It's not going to be the same hit. It's not going to hit the same.
you want to know
It
what
would be
to? Sorry to cut you off, Rosewood. You want to know what that's kind of similar to? 50 Cent's second album was so big, right? Just like Joel Santana's second album was so big that obviously on a different level. But Joel Santana was a bona fide superstar by his second album. So Joel Santana having that album with Lil Wayne would have skyrocketed him to the level that he needed for his third album. Imagine 50 Cent, the level he was at his second album. If he would have done that album with Eminem in 2006 to lead into his third album, Curtis, he would have beat Kanye West in the sales battle, no problem.
no problem. No problem. No problem. And I think after the Kanye West thing, that's really when 50 Cent fell off. Because him saying, oh, yeah, if he loses, he going to do this and all that. And then we just find out this promotion, and then your album, you didn't beat him. It's like, all right. Like, you're making more like Ja Rule type songs now. You're wearing the blazers and all that. Like, you
Right?
want the old 50. You
Just
want
like
the hard.
Meek Mill. So So can people argue though that the re-up is the Eminem and 50 Cent album?
You could, but it's not. It's not because it's a shady G Unit album.
They mismarketed it. You shouldn't argue that because they mismarketed it if that was the case.
Right, exactly. If that was the case, they definitely dropped the ball. Because, like I said, whose logic was it? So if they was marketing it as that. Nah, nah.
Now,
I
I
don't
just
understand that logic.
I can't believe that 50 wouldn't come to the office like, no, 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 I got an idea. This has to be the Eminem and 50 Cent album that everyone's waiting for. I can't believe that 50 wouldn't come to the office like that one day.
Right, and even if you said they had a title for 50 Cent Eminem album, Black and White, why? Like I know 50 Cent or somebody's gonna be saying no, just 50M. We need to whatever the name's going to be. Y'all need a collab out. Like how Jay-Z and R. Kelly did Best of Both Worlds. We need y'all two together.
Yeah, and then they could have did the anger management tour too. If
Or
that
they could have
if those dates
whatever the name of the album was.
yo, so Husky Andy wants you to answer this question. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping you can take this one up. Yo, what up? What about Papoose and Un-P, Forgotten New York Stars? Could you comment on those two rappers?
Okay, I can comment on Papoose, MP. I've never heard of him. Papoose, now, I won't say he's a forgotten star. I just think that he had a lot of hype behind him. Yes, he can rap, but as far as songs and features, he was lacking something. It was something like Papoose was lacking. I'm not sure what it was, but it's just something he was lacking that he couldn't reach the next level. I don't know what it was. He had an excellent push. He had an excellent push from K Slate. K Slate gave him all the promotion in the world. He was on everything, but it's something where he couldn't transition into that second plateau. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was image. I don't really know what it was that he couldn't transition from where he was mixtape wise to making albums and being a staple in the rap game. I don't know why Pat Bruce couldn't do that. I won't say he's an unforgotten legend, but I'll just say it was just something where he couldn't transition. I don't know what it was.
Hmm.
Because if you come to Philly, you ask anybody in Philly like Pat Bruce, they're like, he can rap, but that's it. Like he can rap. Like it's like a lot of punchlines. Like
Yeah,
Joel Santana gives you punchlines, but swag and that bravado, that essence. It's like Papoose is trying too hard. That's what it seemed like. It's like he was trying too hard. It's
well,
like
he
he was.
was trying, Rosewood. He was trying hard to make everyone know that he was a really good MC, man. Like that's how I
But
felt too.
we your work speaks for itself. K Slay is already promoting you, and you're already rapping.
That's why he
It's
was
just
trying to. That's why he was trying to do different things like the alphabetical slaughter. You know what I mean? But then he
mhm.
also came and he gave up the single with Snoop Dogg. But I don't know, man. It
That's
didn't
why
really. Yeah.
I don't know why he didn't make the transition from where he was at to there. That's why I said not unforgotten legend. I don't know why he can't make the transition. We all know he can rap. We all know he can put together like you said the alphabet. The things the way he's switching things up. I thought he was going to take that process how Obi Trice did the beer drinking thing and try to make that basically into like an album format or whatever. But it just never materialized with him.
Yo,
I
what
thought
up?
he was going to be industry for real.
What up? What up? What up? What up? Ply Keiko, man. Appreciate you for tapping in tonight. Do we have any spitters? Yo, should we let the spitters tap in tonight, man? What do you think?
Listen, if Vinny Spitters is in here right now, that means you. I was at a showcase last night and at around the same time, and it was a 7 acts. So Razor performed, C
Okay.
Dot from OBH, he performed. So it's like if any spitters there, come on in, come on in, come
Uh,
on in.
if you spit, tap put a thumb up in the chat if you would want to come in and tap in. King
Even
Case,
if you ain't spit in a while.
appreciate you for tapping in, King Case. He says, Mikey T, what's good, bro? Been a little while since I checked in, bro. Yeah, where you been, man? Where you been, my G? You haven't been watching any of the new interviews with Freeway, Rick Ross, PD Crack, and Casa? Working. Oh, got promoted. So I've been training real late, but salute and much love. Oh, that's what's up, man. Congratulations.
What's up?
That's what's up.
Salute.
That's what's up.
Congratulations, King. Congratulations, man.
Husky said, what about Corey Guns? Corey Guns had a situation with Young Money that never really panned out because at a certain point, how we were talking earlier about Dame Dash not being able to solidify release dates. At a certain point,
Mm-hmm.
didn't seem like Birdman could solidify release dates anymore. I don't get it. Why, when Birdman brought up all the talents of Busta Rhymes, DJ Khaled, they got a Khaled album out. They got
Yeah,
I changed a lot or something. They had actually got a
yeah,
Khaled album out. But why couldn't they get the Mystical album out, the Busta Rhymes album out, the Limp Bizkit album out? You know what I mean? Then you got other people like the Corey Guns on Young Money album. Why couldn't they get these albums out, in your opinion, Rosewood?
man. That's a good question because that's something we never really, when we debate about stuff in the hood, we really never dwell on that aspect. And it's weird because we would just blame it on the higher label. So say Universal or something like, oh no, we don't want them. So Birdman could have went to Universal, say, yeah, I want to release the Corey Guns project. This, boom, boom, boom. This is how we're gonna do it. And if Universal is saying, nah, we don't want that, or we want something else, and they can't come together, then it's not going to come out. That's the only thing I can think of. Because I think Birdman would definitely want those
All right, so
artists to
boom,
join.
next one. Then he brings in Busta Rhymes, but we want to do the Busta Rhymes album. Well, we don't know when the last time Busta Rhymes dropped an album. Mystical. Oh, when was the last time Mystical dropped? All right, here's DJ Khaled. Mother. All right, Khaled's
But they're in Miami at the time. And at the time, they're in Miami heavy. At that time, they're in Miami heavy. So they're definitely going to bring a DJ Khaled album.
right. And plus Khaled had proven sales history, but look what happened to Khaled under Cash Money. He sold like 9,000 copies first week for I Changed a Lot. You know what I mean? He had to
Mm-hmm.
go on and get a
Mm-hmm.
situation at Rock Nation that was major. Husky says, yo, Mikey, what about Jay Mills? He got left too. Yeah, Jay Mills' album. I did an interview with Jay Mills. He actually was saying his album was supposed to come out I don't know, after the Carter 3 or something like that. He was saying he didn't want to get caught up in the Carter 3 hype or something along those lines. What did you think about Jay Mills, man?
Yeah, Jay Mills is definitely, salute to Jay Mills because he definitely was putting in work and he definitely held Young Money down, as a spitter. Maybe just bad timing and him saying he don't want to get caught up in the Carter hype, Carter 3. Carter 3 drop, I'm dropping my joint right after that. Like Jay Mills next, right at the car. So you're bringing Carter 3 and I'm bringing Jay Mills because you're going to have some Wayne features on there that's basically like an extension of the Carter 3. I would have looked at it like my project is an extension of this. He might have thought something different. Everybody don't think like that. Maybe his team told him different. I don't know. But
Yeah.
Jay Mills,
Yo, Carter 3 drops. I want my album out right after this. You're going to see Carter 3 on the Walmart shelves, and then you're going to see Jay Mills on the Walmart shelves too. You have a whole nother reason to be there other than me. So you know what I mean? Yeah.
you're gonna see Young Money, Young Money. You're gonna see two Young Moneys. If you're a Young Money fan, I know Jay Mills will get his too.
The Little Twist and Chucky collabo album that could have been fire. Like, Like, how much money did they waste bringing these talents on? Like,
A
I'm not,
lot.
I'm not sure.
A lot. Maybe a lot.
You know,
Maybe
Tyga really had taken off. You know what I mean? Tyga had
yeah,
taken off, and then he wanted off the label, but it was like, dude, what are you doing, man? Like, I thought Tyga was really going to take off on his third album, the Gold album, when he started appearing on the Kardashian show, but that didn't do
mhm,
nothing for him, man, and he flopped major.
yeah, because that was the whole thing with Cash Money. He should have just stayed with Cash Money and then fulfilled his albums with them, and then go on and do his thing. He should have just fulfilled his obligations with Cash Money
Well, what did you
instead
think
of
about, what was it called? What was that song called? Was it called Cocoa Butter with Eminem,
from.
Nicki, Drake, and Lil Wayne? What
I'm
was it
not
called?
sure the name. Yeah, they had that. They had a song. I'm not sure the name of that song now.
Let me see what it's called. Oh, no. It's called Truffle Butter.
Truffle butter. Yeah, that.
What do
Mhm.
you think about them cutting Tyga off of that? Would it have been that much? Would it have been that much different if Tyga was kept on it?
Uh, who's to say? Because we don't know what it sounds like. Who's to say?
Oh,
You
it's
know,
out there. I heard it.
it might. So then it might have been. It might have been because Tiger was still rising. He's still in the mix at that time. So it would have still slammed. It still would have slammed with Tiger on there. You
Yeah,
know.
man. Yeah, man. Why? Well, kind of a shitty ass executive decision is that to take Tyga off of the record when you're Tyga's CEO.
Yeah. I
You can
just think because he was having problems with the label.
you can let you can let the DJs cut the record whenever the hell they want to. You don't need to cut
Right.
your artist out of the record.
Yeah, that's a no no. That's a no no. That's a no no.
Yo,
Like you said, at least let the DJ cut it.
like Cash Money was supposed to be the land of emerging young artists. They had that chance with Tyga. They had that chance
Yeah,
with Corey Guns when he appeared on a Millie.
right. We
Or was
thought that was going to be
or was it
resurgence of those artists. We thought that was going to be the resurgence of Corey Guns, J Mills, and then the new acts like Lil Twist. And then we was like, okay, they got talent. They're coming with. They're about to be making projects. They're going to be a staple in hip hop for an amount of years.
did the label not
But
believe in
nothing
them or
material.
something? You think the label didn't believe in them and the label was like, nah, we want the Lil Wayne album, we want the Drake album, and want the Nicki album.
Yeah, because that's making the money. That's making it bad. And like you said, how much money did they already spend?
Yep. And you're like, yo, look at how much money. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. The label's like, look at how much money we already spent. We finally got something that's winning.
Right, right. We finally got something that's winning.
We don't want
And
to jeopardize it.
right, you think we going to keep putting money into these artists for marketing and all that? And we got three major acts that we can just make millions off. I'm not. We're not really worried about J Mills now.
Like, come
You
on.
know, look,
Like, come
you
on.
can put them on your album, but them having a solo project, he's supposed to. They say, oh no, he's supposed to come out when the Carter 3 came out. He declined.
And then they'll say this as well. They'll be like, "Oh, that guy, Little Twist, he's been signed to the label just as long as Drake. He got signed to the label for just as much as Drake. He hasn't done anything. What are you talking about?"
What's the return?
Right?
What's the
Like
return? What's the
Drake is a superstar. Nicki's a superstar. They were all in the same position. Like, what are you
right?
expecting from us? We already
Mhm.
wasted that 100,000 on their advance. What do you want from
Yeah,
us? Right?
right. What else? What else do you want? And that's I looked at Young Money when I started seeing Drake. So 2010, when I seen them taking off, I looked at it like, okay, it's really a position battle within there. Some people are going to blow, and some people are going to get left behind. And you see who blew, and you see who got left behind.
Yep. But you know what, man? I've talked to some people who they told me that Lil Wayne called them and wanted them to join up with Young Money when he was first forming Young Money. I don't think if I was an MC, videographer, director, anything like that, if Lil Wayne had called me to be associated with Young Money, whether I thought it was going to lead to me being shelved or not for for a long period of time, I would have went and took that check and gone and worked with Lil Wayne and developed my skills and shit like that.
Hmm. I would have did the same. I would have definitely jumped at that. I would have definitely took that chance, the opportunity. But like you said, videographer, artist, I would have took that opportunity because the first thing I'm doing is while I'm working there, I'm perfecting my craft and I'm coming up with my own projects. So
Yeah.
when I'm free from this situation, I have blueprints and projects of my own that I can put out. And then I
Or
also have the help.
or when you make something of the situation, like Drake, Nicki, Tyga, a lot of them have. You know what I mean? Who was that one guy who was singing the rock song? You know what I mean? Let it rock. Remember that dude?
Yeah, yeah, I forget this another guy that was just there. I
So
forget his name.
if somebody like Young Dolph signed
Hmm.
to Cash Money, would he have had the same opportunity to flourish as he's had over the last 5 7 years?
No, because it's different. A different situation. Different situation. He has complete freedom. Complete freedom.
Yep.
That Birdman is your executive producer. That's the thing.
Right.
Birdman's going to be executive producer on Young Money.
We got other examples of that. I mean, come on, we got look at Money Man. Very
Yeah.
talented artist. He had to buy himself. Yeah, before we get out of here, man, let's talk about your shirt. Death Row, man. I was just seeing that Death Row, they're always looking back into the catalogs of music that they could release.
Hmm.
Nah, Husky, I just couldn't remember the lyrics, to be completely honest with you. Um, and I couldn't remember the artist name. I don't want to say Jason Derulo.
Right.
What?
Right. Yeah, no, I was about to say I can't think of the guy's name either. That's just a song that was just out there.
Uh, it wasn't Jason Derulo, a Lil Wayne rock song. Let it rock. I think it was like Adam or something. Yeah, no, it was Kevin Rudolph and Lil Wayne. Let it rock. Like why they wouldn't have continued on with that project, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so I'm looking into Death Row and they're talking about all the projects that they have in the library, like the history libraries of Death Row, and I just think how much of that music they would probably never be able to release, huh?
Why would you say they wouldn't be able to release it?
Because Suge Knight allegedly has music with everyone from even from Biggie. Like every major
Yeah.
artist came through there. It'd probably be hard for him. How would he get a clearance? How would Death Row get a clearance to release any of the Biggie music in there?
Well, Death Row is now owned by Hasbro, the toy company.
Right. That's where I was
So
reading.
so Hasbro has the say in everything. Actually, they actually have a commercial, a Death Row commercial with like the chick has on the Death Row chain, the guy he has on like a Snoop Dogg bone chain, and I seen a commercial on YouTube. A Death Row showing clothes. So that's Hasbro. Hasbro's going to release all of it. They're just trying to find the right people to put it together. They're going to put all that out.
We'll
E1 sold it to Hasbro.
we will see about that in the future, man. I mean, like there's a lot of music that hasn't been released, as we were saying. Like we were just talking earlier about how Suge couldn't really get release dates. Lisa Left Eye Lopez, you
I'm
know,
going to say that. Left
she
Eye.
she died. You know what I mean? She died before she could release her album. You know what I mean? I imagine if she would have got the chance to release an album with Suge, that they would have found a release date for that. What do you think?
Yes. 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 It wouldn't held that up. and I do believe they would have like put some Tupac verses on there that we never heard,
Damn.
and blended it with that, and definitely promoted her heavy. They would have, and
So
she
that
probably has the
would have reinvested the interest of the labels and the stores in Death Row, probably.
yes,
And we would have
yes,
got the Crooked Eye Say Hi to the Bad Guy album.
yeah, because he would have been the first rapper, and then you have R&B Act, which is left out her first solo album off TLC. You
Right.
got a lot of
First. Lisa would have
yep,
been first, yeah.
yep.
Or
It would have.
Petey Pablo, man. Why do you think they were really? Do you think he was just getting Petey Pablo to have an industry name attached, or you think his album would have went before Crooked Eyes?
No, I think it would have went before Crocodile because Petey Pablo had he had two singles that was in rotation him.
So it would have had
So
it would have, but then it would have failed, and people would have been like, "Death Row is done."
I don't know. Depending on what singles he brought out. Because I think they looked at I always thought Death Row looked at Petey Pablo how No Limit looked at Mystical. Like sort of like that type of artist. So I thought if you come up with a type of Shake It Fast or that type of song, a Petey Pablo, it'll be playing in the clubs, the strip clubs, stuff like that. That's where he's going to get his spins at. The
Could
regular radio,
Petey Pablo and Ja Rule have worked together if Ja Rule hadn't lost his wave?
possibly. That possibly could have happened. That possibly could happen. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, like I think if Lisa would have got to release her album with Suge, I think that would have really, propelled Death Row to be a more formidable unit going into their
Yes.
future. Because for some reason Suge couldn't get any release dates for the artists like Crooked Eye, Eastwood, who nobody knew about. I mean, Corrupt ended up getting himself a release date. Rosewood, why do you think Corrupt ended up being able to get a release date?
I because I think Corrupt was at one time he was the president of Death Row. So I think he had that's a little bit more control over his project. And
Also,
he was already there.
he was a member of the Dog Pound. He had a proven sales history.
He already been there.
Right.
He already made his mark. So that's why like Corrupt was able and Corrupt has a fan base. You know, it's just like Corrupt is was way more marketable than say Crooked Eye, who's new and just coming up at that time. You know, you had to build him up and all that. And I think at the time nobody really was messing with Suge. So even if you wanted the release dates, I think it was just a lot of nah. Yeah, we can do it, but just because it's you, nah. You know, payback should for whatever you did to me or like I said earlier, the industry holds grudges.
Do you think do you think, like you were just saying, nobody was messing with Suge? Do you think that Petey Pablo was the only one messing with Suge? That's why he messed with Petey Pablo? Because allegedly he had Juvenile come to Cali and Juvenile dipped the hell up out of there.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, maybe P. Pablo was one of the only person people that had some type of buzz that was willing to deal with Suge, knowing that the higher ups wasn't dealing with him.
Why were people really not messing with Petey Pablo already at that time when he had just had North Carolina?
Oh, yeah, people messing with Petey Pablo, people wasn't messing with Suge Knight.
Right. So
So
Petey
when you
Pablo,
incorporate,
he took the little Suge Knight tour real quick, let Suge Knight take him all around, pop some bottles with him, get the celebrity treatment. Yeah, for sure. He definitely did that.
yeah,
How about that with Young Buck getting left in Cali and then Suge saying, "Yo, your hotels are done." Suge obviously didn't give that much of a shit about Young Buck at that time because he had no proven sales history, right?
right, yeah. No proven sales history at all.
If
You know, you just
If it was now, Young Buck would be Suge's right hand man.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Or even if it was when he dropped his first album was about to come out, like that Young Buck. Even if it was that type of Young Buck, then hell yeah, he would have. Suge Knight would have had him everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
He would have had him everywhere.
He would have loved to have stolen Young Buck from G Unit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He would have liked that.
Yeah,
That's
man.
why I said nobody's messing with Suge. Nobody's messing with Suge. So even if he could get the release date, I think just certain people was like, nah, we can release it, but nah. And it's like you don't have Left Eye, you don't have Tupac. We did Corrupt. We looked out for Corrupt because we know him, and the rest of your acts, we cool.
Yeah, he would have loved to have had Daz back rather than just Corrupt, I bet. He would have loved to have had Daz and Corrupt so he could have marketed it as the Dog Pound.
And the production for your other artists.
Right, but it was gone, man. It was gone, man. But Suge should have been on the phone like, yo, Daz, I need you to produce Lisa Left Eye Lopez's album for me. You need to come in and do this album. We're going to win a Grammy.
Right. I'm gonna pay you. I'm gonna pay you, man. I'm gonna pay you.
We're going to make
Come
millions.
on. Come on. I'm gonna pay you.
Yeah.
Let's make this happen. Right?
But all right, man, I think that was a good show, man. You want to let everybody know where to tap in with you on social media, Rosewood, if anybody's wondering?
Definitely tap in with me. Rosewood215 at Gmail is Spill Entertainment. You can tap at me with Rosewood Spill Entertainment at Gmail. Hit me up, holler at me, man. Shout out to
Rosewood,
Mikey T.
Rosewood, we appreciate you, man, for tapping in tonight, my G. Always got great insight on topics, man.
Always. Thank you, Mikey T. I appreciate you, my guy.
Yo, until next time, my dude.
You already know.
All right, that's what's up. Rosewood came through, did his thing. Appreciate him tonight. Appreciate everybody else for tapping in. It's your boy Mikey T, the movie star. If anybody out there wants to support the channel, you know what to do. I want you guys to follow me on Instagram. If anybody in here is not following me already, I want you guys to follow me right now on the gram. I'm going to post it up so everybody can see it real quick. You can follow me right now for a follow back. Hear that go. Everybody in here that wants to follow me on Instagram, I will follow you guys back ASAP. Yep, you are right, King Smog. Appreciate everybody. Hit the link in the pinned link if you want to follow me on Instagram right now. And if you want to do more than follow me, if you want to send some love to the channel, everybody that wants to show love to the channel, hit that Cash App Mikey T Movie to support the channel. Damn, hope I lit it from the right side. Brian, you just got yourself timed out, bro. If anybody wants to support the channel, though, hit that Cash App Mikey T Movie. Rosewood, we appreciate you for tapping in, man. You're a real one. We had a great show tonight. We spoke on Casanova, who basically came in and asked what you would do if you were in his shoes. We had Bond Simmons on tonight, who gave his thoughts. Rosewood tapped in. So we had New York and Philly tap in, both give their thoughts on what they would do. If anybody out there wants to support the channel, hit that Cash App Mikey T Movie. I appreciate everybody who tuned in tonight. If you haven't seen it already, go check out my new interview with Petey Crack. It's out right now. It's a dope interview. Salute to everyone watching.